pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you please be with us on this day to help guide us and give us the wisdom that we need to use for Fremont County work. We ask that you please watch over our first responders and keep them safe from harm's way. And we ask that you watch over our military and what's going on around the world, help to keep our people safe and from harm's way. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Amen. Agenda.
Then at 9:30, we have an executive session for personnel and also potential litigation. And then, change from the original posting at 10:50, Jared again instead of.
Commissioners. Move to approve the agenda with those changes noted.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda with the changes. Further discussion. All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Minute. Motion to approve the minutes.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We have a stack of bills to be paid.
move for acceptance of bills.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve payment of those bills. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. We do have a Title 25 or a couple of them.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. Make a motion that we approve, payment to Fremont Counseling Service in the amount of $7,400. And Ethel Transportation Assistance in the amount of $2,908.20. Motion to approve.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve payment of the Title 25 bills. Fremont Counseling for $7,400 and Ethel Transportation for $2,908.20. Further discussion. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Signature file.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have an abatement summary, zero value change, the name of Sean Francis. Fremont County, board cut parallel public utilities right of way easement application on 372 Lions Valley Road. Move to approve.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the Lions Valley board cut. Further discussion. All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a MOA memorandum of agreement between Volunteers of America, Northern Rockies and Fremont County. Move to approve.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the MOA with Fremont County and Volunteers of America. Further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, can you add into our minute or into the motion that is for the agreement between
Opioid.
VOA and the opioid funds for those, that contractual bit arrangement that you guys all agreed? I just think that should be appropriate. That's what that's for, please.
That's good.
Agreed. Thank you.
Second. Okay. All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a public hearing at 10 o'clock for renewal of liquor licenses. And also at 10:50, Jared Hall from Vehicle Maintenance coming in and talk about the 4 accidents that we've had in the recent period. And we have Commissioner's record of proceedings.
Thank you. Priority mail.
Chairman, we have the information on the UPS box by 450 North Second will be removed on or after 3/23 26 due to low usage volume. Within a few weeks, the box plan removal and so noted.
Julie.
Mr. Chairman, we received the notice of the, I don't know if this is Bobby, there's a FedEx box and a UPS box. Just to use UPS box, it's the first time I've done myself last week. And then we get this letter that they're gonna take it out for lack of use. And so I did send it out as a broadcast to people in the building and got quite a response. So I did do the survey yesterday, saying that we would like it to remain here. The problem is Western Printing, that's great that they're down the street, but their time periods of when they're open is very limited, and especially during the holidays, I never could get in there. I mean, I know there were certain times they did packages but then they also took time off, and so if you need to go somewhere, that's the only place I'm aware of in Lander to drop something off. So I didn't know if you would want to write a letter, we actually send it to, I hate QR codes, because then it just, like, some people are like, I'm not putting that on my phone. So if we could write a letter, there is an address on there, and ask for reconsideration of leaving it here, or what do they need from us to, make it happen. I don't know. We're just trying, they said you could do that. They said you could complain, state points to state. And I was surprised at how many people thought that they needed that here, so.
Commissioners, thoughts?
Chairman, just leave it here.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so I need a motion to have Julie draft a letter. I'll sign it. And once the letter is written, I will sign it.
So noted.
Second.
Then moved and seconded to ask Julie to draft a letter to UPS to maintain our Dropbox here in the courthouse and approve my signature. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Chairman, next one is the BMO Bank at Work program. It says action.
Mr. Chairman, where we bank at, Jordan, that is the bank manager, I guess that's what she was doing there. She has approached me a long time ago about a financial program that she has that doesn't have anything to do necessarily with our health insurance, but it's like an HSA account where they could do, kind of tell you how you could save money and help you get maybe a card going with them, has nothing to do with us. Your practice has been that I have to bring that to you, ask if I can let them be in one of the rooms here at the courthouse. We send out a broadcast, explain their program. They can bring flyers or something for us to put up or whatever, and we let people make the choice to, on their lunch hour or their breaks, go and talk to her about that. But I need doing the approval if you're willing to let her come in for that.
I know we've done that before with like Aflac. Commissioners, your thoughts?
Couldn't hurt, Chairman.
Yeah.
Good.
Go ahead.
So we need a motion to approve that.
Chairman, motion to approve this BMO Bank at Work program to be held at the mapping room for employees. And so we're offering this program to the employee.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We moved and seconded to approve the request for BMO Bank to come and set up a meeting room with, talk to our employees about their own.
Financial wellness, I think
Yeah.
is what they're calling the program.
Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Chairman, Historic Preservation resignation, Barbara Townsend. Action noted. To get a motion for that.
We need a motion to accept her resignation.
Okay, the motion to accept Barbara Townsend's resignation as commissioner from the Historic Preservation Commission, effective February 23rd, 2026.
We moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Barbara Townsend from Historic Preservation Board. Commission, excuse me. Further discussion. I know with that being said, that only leaves one member on the Commission. And Julie Twist, and she actually was recommending that we put the Historic Preservation Commission kind of in mothballs until we get more interest. But anyway, that's just part of the discussion. No further discussion on the Barbara Townsend resignation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Also, certificate of completion, Julie Twist and, Wyoming Department of Audit, Public Funds Division, certificate of completion certified that Julie Twist has successfully completed the public officers training sub-pace.
With that being said, if we probably need a motion or have a discussion with Julie maybe next week about what we should do with the Historic Preservation Commission. And then we can get, like, they don't have a lot of money in there.
Mr. Chairman, so kind of a complicated issue that we've never actually brought to this table. I did not realize this until like 3 years ago. There's a separate account that the treasurer handles for that. So I would recommend a report from Mr. Anderson about what is in that account and what that means to not have a board. My understanding is any money they had in their committee, they have turned over to the treasurer's office. Jim was gone for a whole week, so I didn't get to talk to him. But I think a report from them of how much money is in there and what liabilities we have for that, and then what you guys want to do about reaching out, to see if there's anybody else that wants to start an entire new board. This now falls on you. This board now falls on you because you don't have a board. So you are now going to be the managers of the Historic Preservation Board. Sorry, that's the way that works. So, but if you want Jim to give you some recommendations, I know Julie said she has a lot of other things on her plate and she doesn't feel like she can do obviously anything by herself, number one. Number two, I don't think she'd be willing to continue even if you got a board, just because she's got a lot. She did come visit with me about this.
Okay.
But I think we need to probably get our ducks in a row of what's out there and what you need, and then what you guys want to do about advertising for that. Maybe that's the first step to see if you can get a board again.
Right.
But
I think maybe we can get at our next meeting, ask Julie to come in and get that information from Jim. And we can have that discussion. And in the meantime, I think we should advertise for additional members. See if there's any interest.
it's, I don't know how many's on that board. 5.
One.
Well, I mean.
I think we only have about $1,000 in that.
That's what I was thinking.
It might.
So the advertisement should be for 5 people, and I don't know if those are limited to regions.
What do you think the volunteer?
Yeah. Trash remover.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, we have assets as well that
Yes.
belong to, we have assets as well that belong to the county, actually, you know, so, and the archived materials that was in the basement. We need to find out where those are as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, didn't we buy a computer?
We bought a printer
Printer,
and
okay,
some things of that nature, but we've got archived stuff that need to stay
right.
preserved.
Let's do this. Let's get with the, there are 7 people on that board now. So number one, I think it's been a struggle for you to keep 7 on that board, number one.
Yeah.
Number 2, we'll find out if we have to have 7. So maybe
That'd be
you
good.
don't making decisions now. Let's go next week and
Right.
decide from Julie what the assets are. I mean, if we were dissolving a district, that's what you'd have to do. All the assets have to be listed. That whole thing, where are they at with their programs? I think that's important before we totally lose everybody. Julie would probably be the last person on there to know much of anything on that, so.
Well,
Let's get a report on that, and then you guys can decide with maybe Nathan and our office can figure out how many you have to have on that board. And then you can decide how many you would like to, because I know you struggled to keep.
Yes.
I don't think you've ever really got 7.
I don't think so.
and then we'll meet on that on the 24th.
You don't want to have to report next week?
We don't meet next.
Yes, you do.
We do? Oh, the 10th. I'm a week behind.
10 and
Next
24.
week.
Okay.
Next week. I'm sure you're looking at. Yeah, moving.
So we'll round that out for you. I'll get back with Julie's list and do that through this.
Okay,
Okay,
Chairman, we have the oath of office for State Public Defender Donna Romano Coach. And this is from the governor. And also BLM notice of proposed decision, Black Bear Stockwell. USDA Shawnee National Forest timber purchaser and interest parties. Bartlett Oil Field Service proposed limited mining operation. And Moneybit ADA Title II information sent copy to ISS for review, and then monthly revenue reports for commissioners and clerk of district court.
Mr. Chairman, that number 7 seems kind of weird when you look at it here. It's a requirement from the ADA requirements for websites now. So that's why that's being sent to ISS there to our website. There's an ADA requirement. I know years back, and they review that with us. So for instance, if you can't see, you should be able to hit something on your website that would speak to you, for example. So I'm sure that that's now going to be required of NJ's website.
public comment? Well, just a second.
Let's read all those.
John Burberry,
Good morning.
please come in, sit down and
Oh,
introduce yourself, please.
you got the,
Chair.
Yeah.
Please you introduce yourself.
Can you all hear me fine?
Yes.
All right. For some time, I've been concerned about the ambulances heading down Main Street at a high rate of speed here in Lander. It's my belief that when ambulance calls are from the north side of Lander, that the ambulance ought to go out North Second Street to North Fork and over to Milford and out that way. I don't know what percentage of the calls are out that way, but I think that would be a great improvement in terms of safety for the people on Main Street, in terms of just being able to operate your business in a relatively peaceful environment. I've had business owners tell me that the ambulance goes by sometimes once an hour, which I find to be an exaggeration, but it's still a lot. If they're half right, that's still a lot. So I don't know if I'm able to ask questions. If you know what the percentage of calls are that are to the north, I think it'd be worth checking into. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Yep. We'll get some information.
Thank you.
Charlie. Just a reminder that you have 2 minutes for your public comment. If you'll introduce yourself, please.
Charlie Gifford, Commissioners, I am here, as you know ahead of time, it's about the draft proposal change for the fairgrounds for Fair Board. Anyway, I have written a couple letters to the editor and spoke my mind, and because of that, I've been inundated with tons of people to speak for them, and so that's what I'm doing. Whether I want it or not, that's what's happening. So
Well, we appreciate that you speak for a group of people rather than everyone keeps coming in. I mean, everyone wants to have their own say.
anyways, and so County Commissioners. I am Charlie Griffin, and I'm here to protect our county fair, county fairgrounds, and county fair board. We are here to find out what you're going to do about the fair board issue. If your plan is to do nothing and leave things the way they are now, then tell us. There is no reason to be causing a lot of bad blood unnecessarily because you haven't been able to honestly let us know your plan. You've had plenty of time to deliberate this matter. You need to tell us now. If your plan is to bulldoze this ridiculous reforming of how our county manages the fair, fairgrounds, and fair board, it won't fly with this county. Fremont County has a high capacity for forgiveness, but we will never forget. I implore Commissioners Thomas and Wilson to talk some sense into the others. I would like to know what you 5 commissioners want to leave us with. Will you forever be known as the 5 people responsible for ruining the best of the county fairs in the entire state? If you continue on this reformative plan, even though you should be given credit for all the good things you've done, this one action of all 5 commissioners will be stuck to you, all of you, forever. The stink will never be washed off, no matter what your role in this action is. I hope you all understand the magnitude of this issue in your future. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you have no interest in sitting down with the fair board to solve this problem once and for all, and I mean all of the fair board, please tell us. We want governance, not dominance. I will say again that adding 2 more fair board members would help to ease the burden on the current 7. If not, then at least get out of the way and let them do their job. That's.
Well, first of all, I will respond to that. We have no plans to get rid of the fair board, and never have. We've had discussions, and we get accused of that all the time. And every week we say how we are endorsing the fair, how important it is to us. We've never said that we want to get rid of the fair. In fact, we fund it quite heavily, if you will. And we want to ensure that the draft plan, and I reiterate that it's a draft plan, that we want to promote and utilize the facilities to the best we can. Right now, we feel like they're underutilized. Granted, the buildings are used extensively, almost every day. But for instance, the annex, it's not. And we have no plans to limit the fair board, limit the activities. We want to promote everything they can with the fair, their fair duties and all that. So this is just a draft proposal. There's several counties, I think 10 or 12 counties that have done this and had great success with it. And we want to pursue that and see if we can work out a deal. And negotiations, in fact, the fair board's coming in today, so we can start conversation about that.
So, this county and we have a pretty good thing the way we're doing it. Probably 25 years ago, the Friends Fair started up because, and I understand budget reasons, that the fair board were not getting as much money as they had from the county commission, and that's totally understandable. So the Friends of Fair stepped up so we could still do this. Now, by reforming things, we have hundreds of volunteers, and it can't work out without volunteers.
Right.
we raise lots and lots of money to help to run the fair, money that you don't have to spend. I mean, we raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. We was even worried after your first draft proposal come out, if we was even gonna have our big fundraiser, the barn bash. Because people are so worried when you start messing in things, they'll quit coming. You know, we get all this money because people want to help. They don't want paid. They want to volunteer their time and their money. And so they keep doing this, and they can see that writing them along. This is not Cheyenne. This is not Gillette. It never will be. We're an absolute ag community, and we rely on all the volunteers. We've got 50 generations of families that they not only are paying back, they're paying forward also. And so we keep regenerating a new wave of volunteers all the time. If you understood how many hundreds of people it takes just to run the fair,
Oh, I do.
it's important that the fair board, if they're gonna run things and they don't get paid to do it, they can't do it without volunteers or the money that the volunteers. If it's changed so that they are now just a subsidy that's completely governed by just one group of the county commissioners, they'd have a hard time doing their job. They have to, if they're gonna do their job, they need to be the ones that get to hire a fair manager.
They
And
still can't.
and if they want to, also another manager, for the annex, if that's pertinent. Now, if you guys wanted to have another manager to be an activities manager for everything else, not confined to the fair board, the fairgrounds, and the fair itself, I see no problem with that, but I don't see the ends. I mean, I will not say a word if you guys have somehow went to the end of the rainbow and found a giant pot of gold.
We wouldn't say much either. We'd be happy.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, if we lose our volunteers because they don't like this kind of thing, how are you gonna hire hundreds of volunteers, or they'll no longer be volunteers? They'll be paid folks to take care of all of this that we have done so well for so long. I'm just wondering the end is why try to change something that doesn't need change. It doesn't make any sense, and nobody has gotten, the bottom why it is that just because some other county did it, doesn't make any difference to Fremont County Board. We like things how they are, and that's exactly
Okay.
what I get the opinions all the time, because I wrote a couple letters on there. And if you would think it'd be like a 90-10 sort of thing, that people, it's been a 100-0 that people have been getting hold of. I mean, everybody is afraid of your draft proposals because they can't see that it's gonna help anything, not in this county. And all I can tell you is what people tell me, and I've had 0 people, absolute 0, has ever said that they like this draft proposal to reconfigure how things are done. Okay. I don't have anything else that I appreciate your letting me speak.
You bet.
And I'll leave this
Okay,
so
perfect.
that you can put that in your file.
Thank you.
Thank you for consent.
Tim, do you need to plug this in? You need to plug this,
That's mine.
or it doesn't need to plug in?
Yeah, sorry, that's.
Well, I know.
It's okay, Ron, you can hear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Diana Mitchell. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll introduce yourself, please.
Diana Mitchell.
Okay,
I would like to present an issue that I have been concerned about for many years, okay? I have been working on historic and cultural preservation for like 40 years now. And that includes the treaty also. But on the preservation part, I see my concern is the Riverton Museum. The Riverton Museum is being neglected. It needs to have immediate attention. I do see that because see, that was one of the first churches in Riverton. And they gave it over to the Methodist Church, gave it over to the town for a museum. And it does need some work, like, because I have masonry work certificates, Park Service. And I saw that on the west side end of the museum, it was deteriorating, the brick. Okay, because that's where the elements are going to be hidden. And so I saw that there was a metal structure put there, okay? But I object to that kind of protection because in my training, you don't use metal against that because it'll start rusting and deteriorate the brick even further. So I asked if the commission could get Scott Getz, if he's still the director, to get some money to spend or something, donations from the lumber yard, and have somebody put the lumber up there in front of the deterioration of the wall until you guys can get some funding from grants for the preservation further, you know, because it'll need reconstructing, because that brick right there has been like really worn down from the elements. And then on the, one more is on the top, on the west end, top roof, all that is coming off. I mean, it looks pretty pathetic, and this is the town of Riverton. I believe the county commissioner should help Scott fix it.
okay.
Okay, and I
Thank you.
really appreciate the time.
Thank you. Ron and Mike, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm just here in support of Mike mainly this morning, so.
Yes, Mike Frankine, Fire Chief, Du Bois Fire Department, to turn in a proposal to the commission to see if they'd be willing to donate or at minimal costs, release one of the retired sheriff's vehicles for the fire department to use for administrative use. Right now, due to our budget, and money we lost on our bill levies, we don't have any money to purchase a new one. And so my request, I think I'm going to have it in front of you. My request is if the commission would release one of those vehicles to the fire department.
So Commissioners, Mike and I talked about this 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks
2
ago.
weeks ago, so yeah.
And he had a meeting in town, actually, the next few days following that. He stopped by vehicle maintenance and they have, I believe, four vehicles. And I talked to Jared about it, and I believe he had one or two that he felt would be adequate for this. This would be for them to help respond to a fire, or go to training, or just run errands, if you will, rather than use a fire truck. Mike went and looked at him and had one picked out, and that's the last I'd heard. But, you know, if you recall, we have donated at a minimal cost, picked up to the town of Hudson for their maintenance as well. So I told Mike we would consider that and have a discussion about it. Commissioner Jones.
Mr. Chairman, if I remember right, we have always asked for a little bit of skin in the game. I think Hudson, we It
thousand.
was $1,000.
Yeah.
If I remember right, have we done something with Shoshone? Seems like
We offered Shoshone a
ambulance.
vehicle
Oh, yeah.
and, they had found another one in the meantime and went with the other offer.
And Mr. Chairman, my question back, would that give you any heartburn if we were asking for some sort of skin in the game? I know nobody has any money, but is there anything you guys could, just to be consistent with what we've done in the past? I guess that's what I always worry about.
What would the commissioners like?
Well, we've asked for Hudson,
Mm-hmm.
it was the same sort of thing, same sort of
Mhm.
vehicle. We asked for $1,000.
I mean, that would be doable for us, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
I think we gave 3 pickups to the fair board, didn't we? Just gave it to them.
We traded, we swapped some out.
Mhm.
We traded, they had some old ones and we had some, we just swapped out and we sold.
Because we didn't charge them anything.
Right.
It's just-
We don't do it if it's
SARS.
in interdepartmental change. We just swap.
Anything from the 12 mil.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't charge with me.
Commissioner,
I have a problem
you agree with that?
with it.
I agree with it. How about just $500?
I don't know.
How about 1,000?
Look for it.
I need a,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize a purchase of $1,000 of the external vehicle that we have up in vehicle maintenance to the DuBois Fire.
second, been moved and seconded to approve the sale of surplus vehicle, and you know which one. And you can work details out with Jared, but anyway, for $1,000 for the DuBois Fire Department. All right. Further discussion,
And we're okay?
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
With that, we need to go into executive session for personnel and litigation.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It only lasts about 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Guys, get settled in.
Hey.
Hey. No votes. Strong.
Bruce,
See, Mike.
Bruce, you have to step out for a little bit.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Well, my advice to you, don't pick on the fair board, please.
Yeah, apparently you are a saint. Yeah, I got that. And Jill, boy, you got saint there. Think about that.
Yeah.
Get a lot of candle.
Get that at all.
I'm gonna light a candle for both of you.
Thank you.
No.
Please read.
Good advice.
Good morning, Micah.
Where you're all.
You gonna hide?
Oh, just.
I'm waiting till Mike is done.
All right.
Start for you, some of the experience, like how you imagine this is solved, but maybe a bit tough. Right, yeah.
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 It's dictator, dictator.
Yeah, Mike.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The request from the county attorney's office, first request, it's, essentially a request to hire, not rehire. We're asking to create a second, or pardon me, a third position in our victim witness, department. The position would be essentially a third victim witness personnel. That would be essentially one manager of the department and two people that work underneath her. The issue has arisen due to an increase in victim-related crime in our docket load. I don't have specific numbers, but I can certainly guarantee that two people are running their tails off to meet the requirements that we have, statutory requirements, that's notification to victims, attempts to be able to put together their claims for restitution, work with them when there's a potential insurance claim to balance off restitution with respect to the amount of insurance they can receive in any situation. And it ends up being quite a lot of work. They appear in court for all of these cases. They, spend for every hour in court, they're probably spending 3 to 5 outside of court with victims. And so it just ends up being a lot of hours. In speaking with my coordinator, her desire to have this position added would be so that the two people working underneath her would be able to handle the bulk of the misdemeanor and some of the felony load that they have. She could work primarily with felonies, travel from her home office in Riverton to be at the district court in Lander, and additionally free up more of her time to be able to seek out additional grant funding for the program. And handle the growing need, I guess always voluminous need for paperwork and keeping the program together. The third position would allow for more time to be able to spend with the victims, more availability to accompany victims to court when requested, and more time for the coordinator to do the administrative tasks that I had just mentioned, specifically and primarily searching for additional grant funding, which I think in the current economic climate is a really smart idea, and I've directed her to do so. And she has undertaken, by the way, already additional education in making grant applications, and is finding herself some of the available grants at the current time. The ask with respect to the position, and well, let me pause first. The reason I'm making the request today, the date we would be looking to hire this position would be 1st of July 2026. So it'll be the next fiscal year. But we have to make the ask today because she's currently under the process of making a grant application with the state of Wyoming and her current funding sources. And they're going to require an okay from the commission before she'd be able to make this request on her grant application. Her ask to the grant would be additional funding to cover the cost of the third employee. They'd be looking for an additional $26,523 from the county to support this position. The additional amount to be paid to this person, both for salary as well as for additional costs, which might be related to benefits, would come from the grant itself. She has to have the grant application in on March 15th, 2026, And again, this position, we'd be looking to start July 1st of 2026. Are there any questions about this request?
So this position wouldn't be until next fiscal year.
That's correct. Yeah.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, so that won't change your budget at all.
Not for this year, that's correct, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
That does change the budget for next year, however, so I mean, that it is important to note that you are allowing an increase that will show up next year.
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
He's not asking for it right now,
right.
so yes, he doesn't change it, but it will
We have
change
to
it for
do
next
that
year. You'll have authorized him to go up next year, just so you're clear.
That's correct.
It'll go up to $26,523.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Commissioners? Your thoughts?
Cheryl, I'll make a motion to fill this position in the year, say 2026. Was that the
2027, yes. Thank
and the amount of $46,523?
Second.
We moved and seconded to hire a third person, and the county share would be $26,523 for a third person, victim witness department, if you will. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, to be clear, so that is just the county's portion, right, Micah? So
That
we-
is correct.
The rest of it comes through a grant, so this will show up on his budget at the bottom where it shows the transfer to.
That is correct. Thank you.
And then this will be, what happens if the grant by chance is not approved?
I'll come back and let you know we're not gonna have that position.
Okay.
We won't put that on our budget for next year.
All right, further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an additional request with respect to payment. I've had recent change in staffing in my Riverton office. I had a legal secretary quit kind of at the last minute. Our office manager, whose home office is in Lander, had to travel to the Riverton office to take over those duties while we were seeking to fill that position. I think the commissioners will recall that you'd approved the rehire for that position, and we worked pretty diligently at that. We got that done pretty quick. But she ended up putting about a month's worth of work in and has additionally traveled over for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks actually. Not every day, but 2 days a week to be able to provide training for the new person. From my perspective, in addition, didn't let any of her office managerial duties slip. She did put in some extra time after hours and on the weekends at, my then approval. So this request essentially would be to have the Board of County Commissioners approve a one-time payment to this individual employee of $3,000 based upon her additional time and essentially saving the bacon of our Riverton office. The work that she put in to fill the gap while we were hiring an employee and the work she's put in to train an employee. I do have an hourly breakdown. I haven't brought it with me today. I'd be happy to provide that to the commission if necessary and if required. But I think that this is actually pretty bargain basement for what she's put out.
Do you have that in your budget?
Yes, I do. And that's in the budget remaining because of the gap between the time that the former secretary left and the time that we rehired. So this wouldn't put me above budget.
Okay. Questions, commissioners? Julie?
Just
Mr. Chairman, did you pay her overtime during that period?
No overtime was requested.
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe she is listed as an exempt employee. She should have been paid overtime at that time for doing those duties. If he has the hours, I would suggest that would be the way you handle it. Otherwise, you're looking at a bonus, which we have not done here for a very long time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'm always concerned about being consistent and having other employees come back who have gone above and beyond. I was also thinking about the travel. She said, you said that she used her own expense. We could go back and look at that as well to say, let's compensate her within the regulations and standard way we do this. The bonus thing has always been a point of contention across the county.
Certainly, Commissioner.
So I would rather look at that way as well.
I would agree.
So if you gather that stuff up and come see us next week,
Certainly will.
we would.
And we'll just handle it as overtime.
Okay.
All right. And thank you.
And travel.
And travel. All right.
Mr.
Certainly
Chairman,
will.
we, in other departments, for exempt employees, don't we do comp time?
Mr. Chairman, exempt employees generally don't get overtime. You can pay them that, but you generally don't. That's just part of their duties.
Okay,
But non-exempt people, they can take comp time as well.
okay.
So that would be an option that she could take. I need to talk to payroll clerk and make sure.
Yep.
When we go backwards like this, we
Right.
get penalized in a lot of areas. So I'd like to work with Micah on this and
Yeah.
we'll see what might be the
That would-
best solution
That'd
for
be my
them.
suggestion.
Oh,
Okay.
certainly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
With that being said, our next item is, FCAG funding services, but first, Mick, we have a public hearing scheduled for 10 o'clock, and we're late on that. Renewal of, Fremont County retail liquor licenses.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to read the list? or-
Yes.
Okay. So we have renewal licenses for Three Spear Ranch on 901 Little Warren Street Road, Absaroka Ranch, Dunwire Road, Lazy L&B Ranch. I'm not gonna read all the addresses.
Right.
Arcady Ridge Ranch, Atlantic City Mercantile, Brooks Lake Lodge, B&K Shoreline Stop, Miners Grub Steak, Shoshone Rose Casino Hotel. Excuse me. Crooked Creek Guest Ranch, Split Rock Bar and Cafe, Troubles, Line Shack, Boys and Marina and Campground, Kinnear Store, Lava Mountain Lodge, The Canteen, Wind River Hotel and Casino.
You're missing a few.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just looking for this. Is this different than that?
Yeah,
Sure, they're just not out of sequence.
well, not sure, I don't have that list.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So, Three Spear Ranch, Absaroka Ranch, Lazy L&B Ranch, Arcady Ridge Ranch. Excuse me, Arcady Ridge Ranch, okay, Atlantic City Mercantile, Brooks Lake Lodge, P&K Shoreline Stop, Miners Grove Steak, Shoshone Rose Casino Hotel, Crooked Creek Guest Ranch, Split Rock Bar and Cafe, Troubles Light Shack, Boys and Marine and Campground, Kinnear Store, Lava Mountain Lodge, The Canteen, Wind River Hotel and Casino, PMS Fireworks and more, Resurrect Roadhouse, The Rock Shop Inn, and Triangle Sea Ranch.
Thank you.
Did we have anybody from the sheriff's office?
The sheriff wrote a letter.
Okay.
He reviewed the incident reports related to all establishment applying for renewal. The sheriff's office has no area of concern with any of the establishment. The alcohol compliance checks for 2025 have not been completed. With that being said, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone that has a reason why any of these should not be renewed?
That may total, Mr. Chairman, or the licenses are right out.
Depends on which list. apparently.
Yeah. 20, 21, yeah, 20.
Chairman. I truly feel in any kind of renewal or liquor license, if we continue to stress the issue of tips and the issue of what they need to do, I would say that those who have done that should be renewed. Those who have not done that should not be renewed. And as you can see the list, there are some that don't have that done, and they should have had it done.
a good point.
It is a responsibility and a accountability for those bars to have that done. And if they want a renewal, well, it better have been done when it got here. Other than that, it's not gonna be renewed. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that is, just so we're clear, that is an option that we have given to, for a lot of years, that we've given to our the liquor establishments. The whole idea was they'd get money off of their liquor license if they would comply. That was kind of our hook on that one. I think if that's gonna be something that the county commission looks at in the future, they should be aware of that ahead of time, because it is voluntary right now that we ask them to do that, and if they don't, then they just don't get that break on their liquor license. I just wanna, in all fairness, maybe let them know ahead of time. That's just my comment. You guys do whatever you want.
I think that's a good point. I think we, rather than hit them with it just right now, I think we ought to give them fair notice to work on, because tips training is not always available. They have to schedule it with, yeah, and, so I think if we do that, then we can make, a ruling or a policy that will happen next year.
And Chairman, with the issue, the municipalities all concerned about the issue of alcohol and alcohol sales within their bars, within their city limits. I think we as a county should also be concerned in that, many times, establishments are, not being responsible and accountable for the issue of safety, the issue of underage drinking, the issue of items that bring concern for a lot of our bars in Fremont County. And in that, I think we as the county also should be very concerned in what's happening with those establishments within the county, along with how the municipalities are adapting to also.
Mr.
Commissioner.
Mr. To add to what Clarence said, I don't think it needs to stop there. I think we need to also pursue that thought with the temporary licenses.
Chairman,
Yes.
also concerning the tribal entities, I truly believe that they need to separately come in and state their issues of going to their constituents and seeing if their constituents are agreeable. As I stated last time, I voted yes for both the Shoshone Rose and the Winter Casino, because when they came in, I had asked them if their constituents, meaning their tribal people, were in agreement to serve liquor in those establishments. I was told yes, but after that, I received a lot of information on the issue that wasn't the case, that was never brought up to their, in a sense, their constituents to get a large vote on the issue of do they want alcohol in those establishments. So I think those two should be separated because of the fact that we're dealing with a separate government, we're dealing with a separate issues there, and that we first need to have them go back to their constituents and say, do you want this to happen? And get that agreement in a sense. If that's noted as a approval, then they could bring it back here and then we can vote on it. But for me to say yes to those two without knowing if tribal people themselves want alcohol in those establishments, because those governments, meaning the ones who are bringing it to us, from those tribal governments, they only work for the people, as we do. And if they're not listening to their constituents, their people, then I'd hate to say yes and approve something that their own people don't want. So it's a touchy situation when dealing with government issues, especially with the Shoshone Rose Casino and the Winter Casino. I wish it was easier, but when you really look at it, I think those need to be held separately.
Well, once again, I think doing it at the last minute is probably unfair.
Yeah.
We need to have that discussion with them in the future. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I question a little bit, these liquor license renewals are April 15th to April 14th of 2027. And I'm concerned that, our sheriff has sent over, yeah, everything seems fine, but, the alcohol compliance checks for 2025 have not been completed. So we're like flying blind here. And as I remember, the members of the business councils were here and did advocate, and they're their elected officials for the tribes. So I don't know how to not take that at face value. We get this all the time where people say, well, I've got a majority of people, they showed up in your meeting and we all feel this, and but you don't all represent the entire county here. You don't represent everybody. So I always worry about that a little bit. If to me, if there's a few things, especially these checks, what's involved in them? I like the sheriff to report on it and say, well, how can we? Did you even go back and look at the police or the sheriff's reports at that time? You know, for the last year, I don't know what's been done, but it doesn't feel like it was very thorough.
So Emma just handed me this, it's the Wind River Intertribal Council renewal for their liquor licenses for the Shoshone Rose Club and the Wind River Hotel and Casino. The Shoshone Rose was approved February 3rd of 2026, and the Wind River Casino was approved January 23rd of 2026.
We'll see if the chair recognizes that.
May I speak, Jim?
Not at this time. So, any further discussion? Do I have a motion on the floor?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Maybe to update, so Em and I were just talking, so the requirement for the law enforcement. But for the law enforcement to do the alcohol checks, whatever that is necessarily, that must be something that Brian does, or we've asked him to do that. I don't know exactly how that happened, but the state does do their own compliance checks. They stopped by here and visited with us here, so I know they do their own at the state level. And then they see everything you see before you see it to make sure that everything by law has been accomplished. Just make it clear on that. And then I just asked Emma to give you those other by the tribes, because they do have to approve them before you approve them. And if there's anything else we can answer there, but if you want, you know, the sheriff to continue the compliance checks by April 15th, then I suggest we contact him and ask him to get that done by the time their license expires. I mean, you're going to be approving them today, but maybe you're contingent upon the compliance checks. I don't know, but the state does do those. So everybody's good.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, at one time I talked to quite a number of tribal members about that. They were really concerned about having a dry reservation, but I think really the casinos have done a pretty good job of monitoring and taking care of that stuff. And they have been keeping up with their tips training pretty much, what did you say, Claire, or Mr. Thomas?
Well, Wind River.
Shoshone Rose is not.
It's not.
That tip stream.
Okay. But that might be something that we need to put in policy and a note to them when they receive their permit, that they know that they're gonna have tips training by next year to get their permits. So that might be something that we put on the policy to be looked at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, so my question is this compliance check. If the state's doing that, the sheriff isn't doing their compliance check, isn't tips training part of the compliance?
No.
It's not. Okay, so we would have to write that into our policy.
Right, that is something, years ago, I was on the ASAP board for the VOA, and that was one of the things we were trying to help with.
Okay.
Is that was trying to get more tips training. So that we wouldn't have as much alcohol problems coming from the bars, so we brought that to you as a committee and asked the county commissioners, you're the only one in the state that does this, as far as I know. And you guys, not you guys, but the commissioners at that time agreed that that was probably a good thing, and like I said, the hook was they get less money, or they get money off of their application by doing that, and they, as a rule, have been pretty good in this county. I am kind of surprised to see that there are some that are not compliant, so. Compliant with your voluntary request.
Well, motion,
Sure. Mr. Chairman, what was the motion again?
that was, we haven't got the
We
motion.
have no motion there.
Unless you, did he make a motion when he read?
No.
I have made a motion.
Is there a motion on to be had?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we ask the sheriff to complete the compliance checks. Within the next few weeks so that we can move this forward and not cause a disruption to people's businesses before April 15th. So but reach out to the sheriff as we do that. And the second part is that we start working on a policy that we want for next year. So that we put all that stuff in writing, and that is part of whether it's back to, a resolution that we go after the incentive program like Julie mentioned they did before. But we put that into policy. Is that too much for a resolution for one motion, Mr. Chairman?
No, it's
Do I have a second?
second.
We moved and seconded to postpone approval of these liquor licenses until the sheriff completes his compliance checks. Well, then hopefully he can get these done within the next 2 weeks, and we will address this before the deadline for the renewal.
And
Further discussion.
And I do believe when we're dealing with these liquor license renewal, I think I would hope that we would try to do them independently rather than one great group, because each one might have or could have independent issues that we don't know about. So I'm just saying in the future too.
We'll have that discussion along with the motion that we will adopt policies that will take effect for next year's application. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Okay. Nick, sorry.
Coming up? Sure. Let me hang on this one. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Commissioners, thank you so much. I appreciate your audience again. Since our last meeting, we have approached all but Pavilion with respect to the resolution in front of you. Broadly, I would say we have broad support. I'm not going to say universal, but broad support for this measure. As you may remember, this is a resolution for a sales tax to the tune of 0.75% to be put in front of the voters for the primary election in August. Ultimately, the process for this is for one of two ways: a petition, a signature petition of 5% of the electorate, or an initiation by the county commissioners plus 1/2 of the municipalities approving the resolution. From a time-sensitive standpoint, based on statute, I believe we have until the end of the month of March to get this underway with respect to resolutions at your body as well as the respective towns and cities. So I am here today to ask you to initiate the resolution. In front of you is just a draft that we will try to put in front of every municipality over the next month.
Do you think that this draft, it would be better if you identified the percentages of the distribution?
No, and the reason is ultimately we don't, while ambulance costs, air service costs, and ground transportation costs at this moment are relatively well understood. And like the hard part is in a future year, there may be a need to add monies to ground ambulance or some other direction. So if we were to enshrine that in the ballot question, that could potentially tie the hands of those services, for funding. So ultimately, just kind of leaving them as is, this would be addressed in a memorandum of understanding or other type of agreement at some point later. And that's still kind of a point of contention with respect to the municipalities. We're still trying to understand all of those components, but at this point, we think the best practice is to leave them absent on the question.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Thomas?
No questions.
Commissioner Jones?
Mr. Chairman, I have been in favor of this resolution for a primary purpose of let's ask the voter. While we represent the voters, I don't know that at every single instance like this do we know. And this is a different concept than we've done for an economic development tax in the past. I think it's an improvement over what we did before that failed the last time around. I think it goes after and assists us in supporting the ambulance air service and public transportation. As you know, the pressure on our general fund has increased over time, and I don't believe that we're on top of the capital purchases that we need to make for ambulance. And I think it gets us an opportunity because of the broad support of people who have worked on this resolution. I think it gives us an opportunity to say, hey, at this time, this is our best shot at how to fund these services and relieve some of the general funds that we have going into this and prepare us for the future. If they say no, then we have back on our plate, we have our questions to answer on how to support these services. And as you know, I don't see if the air service showed up now and asked us for an additional 200, 500, whatever it is, we don't have it. And WRT's in the same boat. Of course, ambulance continues to be a challenge. So I am very much in favor of putting this in front of the voters and asking the question.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but I am in response to when it says in favor or not favor. As I said before, when we came up with the idea of asking FCAG to develop a group who would be involved in trying to find a means of adapting or having some sort of idea toward funding those, at first it was the ambulance. Then we added some more on, but it was more for this issue of the ambulance. But in that, at that point, I was hoping that that group would not move toward this, that the group would work with municipalities to say, okay, which municipality uses the ambulance the most? Well, Riverton does. And that does Riverton want to put in this amount of money because they use it the most? And then so on and so forth. Each municipality, each entity putting in money to cover the issue of use. My problem with this is that we, being voted in And it says we are servants of our constituents, we go back to them and say, well, we couldn't come up with a reasonable idea as a government to try to settle this, so we're just gonna make you pay a tax. I don't have a problem with that. Because why do we do that when we as governments could band together through FCAG and say, okay, we know who uses the ambulance the most. And who doesn't? Well, by percentage, those who use the most will pay the most. Is, and in the sense of adding funds to help support the ambulance. But that seems to be a problem. And now we're at the point where we're wanting to throw in front, again, a resolution saying we want to put on the ballot this issue to our constituents. In that, I would hope that we could have came up with a better movement as government so that we wouldn't have to do this. But I guess municipalities would rather pay or give their funds to whatever, and not look at the issue of funding something in the source of the ambulance, or the other areas that are stated. But the main concern for me was the ambulance. And then again, we look at the issue of tribal responsibility. And that's a whole separate issue because the tribes are not involved in FCAG. So they haven't had a say or nay, but yet they still have a responsibility on the issue of funding the ambulance, because the ambulance does serve the reservation. Will they be in response to this in a sensibility for it?
That was my question, was if you talked with the Wind River Intertribal Council or the tribes individually about this?
We have talked to the Northern Arapaho tribe about this, but we have not talked to the Eastern Shoshone. I don't believe, we had an opportunity a week or two ago to talk to the Joint Business Council, but the topic didn't quite make it that far. I think based on conversations with the Northern Arapaho, and there was nothing binding, of course, but they made it known that their desire was ultimately to participate in the administration of these types of funds and work forward, from there. I think ultimately they would like to do that through FCAG, but again, I can't speak. There was no formal resolution or anything like that, but the interest was there. Is all I can tell you. I wish I could. I can't speak for the tribes, of course.
Mr. Chairman. I will tell you right now, I'm adamantly against this. With Clarence, this was not what was asked. We could have came up with a tax. It was that simple, and a standalone tax for an ambulance. The essential services is what people will look at, that they need. It's essential services. And I've seen that time and time again, people, when the remarks about this particularly come up. I do not like the way it's written. I do not like the way it has shook out. We asked that you look outside the box, come up with some ideas of how we can do this and not go here. This is not what I anticipated that the core group would have came up with. We came up with some other initiative ideas and to place upon the municipalities for help. And that included, we had a conversation with Du Bois about participating and them taking over a couple of our ambulances. We had to work out some MOU things. That's the way we looked at it with, take responsibility, instead of putting it all on the county, which we don't even have a statute that we have to do this. But for the people and protecting the people, and their emergency services, what do? It's been put on us. So I think that this needs to be, I'm not in favor of this whatsoever, and I will not put my name on it. Thank you.
Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the airport, the ambulance and the buses. In the ambulance alone, we've spent $1.8 million. Okay, so the question is, how do you want to pay for it? You want to pay for it on your property tax? Or do you want to have a sales tax? You get one choice or the other. I don't like property tax because it's something that I've already paid for, taxed on. And at some point, I'd like to say it's mine, you know, rather than, well, I better pay the county or it's not mine. So I'm in favor of the sales tax because everybody pays. Everybody seems to go to the grocery store. Everybody seems to buy vehicles. And that tax would come into these very issues. The ambulance is my number one thing. I can't imagine us running without an ambulance. The airport, the state government's paying 60%. Is that correct? 60% already. And so for us, that airport is economic development for sure. And it also has to do with our health. People that need to get in and out of here quickly, that airport's there. Agriculture uses that airport. We really need to keep that going because we have a new hospital coming. It will be hard to keep staff if we don't have an air service into Fremont County. If we have emergency medical equipment that needs to come in, I'm sure it'll be coming in on some of that. There's all kinds of issues with not having an airport. Can this be written probably a little better, a little simpler? Yes, because Julie's gonna make us live up to every word we put on that ballot. So I'm in favor of it, but we might be able to downsize it just a little bit, Mitch. And I personally want to see this board or the funding mechanism here, that we take care of the funding and we send those checks out, and that we meet with, to me, we just need one person from the airport, one person from the buses, and one person from the ambulance. We sit down, we discuss how we each need money to make our operation run and keep it very simple. I talked to Mick about this, some of the funding that we get in there on the ambulances, they're starting to require more of us. We've got to put defibrillators in there now, right? On the new ones?
Heart monitors.
Monitors, okay. So that's a $40,000 upgrade on each one, is that correct? And those ambulances that we have, so many of them have 400,000 miles on them already. How are we gonna replace them? Are we gonna have enough funding in here to keep that maintenance up and the funding for those new equipment? So that's some questions that I think we need to look at and sit down and discuss a little bit. So any
Well, so like Mick said, time is of the essence
Yeah.
here. We're running out of time. I know, if we went to, I mean, if people had to pay on their property taxes or the 1 cent, or 3/4% sales tax, it's still, either way, it still has to go before the voters.
Correct.
I'm to the point now where we need to do something, especially for the ambulance, because like Commissioner Jones says, we're pretty well tapped out, and with conversations with our tribal meetings and other entities and talking to several people around, that they would just as soon vote on the sales tax because everyone pays. So I think if you can polish it up like you said and finish it up, I think we need to have that discussion either next week or the 24th.
Just to be clear, as I understand what you're asking of my committee is to, when you say polish up, what exactly, what do I need to fix?
Well, for one thing, I think the very first paragraph, where people say it's economic development. You know, that puts a bad taste in people's mouth.
Yes, sir. That is ultimately based on state statute. I can't rename the taxes that they have labeled. Inside of state statute, I'm required to use that language. Believe me, if I could avoid it, I would. But it is ultimately the way the state has written the statute.
So I think if you, when you get done with meeting with your other municipalities, and I highly suggest you talk to the tribal councils and have that discussion. I don't know when their council meetings are, but and then bring this resolution back to us as soon as you can, and we'll have that, we'll delve into it a little deeper.
If I might make a request, given the timeline, if I could be on your schedule for next week, I would sincerely appreciate it. I will say that I don't believe I can get in front of the Eastern Shoshone Tribe in any reasonable amount of time, as they are enjoined in legal issues that that would not allow anything binding to happen. I don't know if I can get on so between now and next week, I don't know how, I will be in front of Pavilion tonight. Kyle will present these issues to Riverton tonight, but I don't believe Lander is meeting tonight. I will do my best, sir, to get a,
Well, if you will, if you so choose, then next week would be good. And if you'll just get with Emma and schedule a time.
okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
No.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, we are kind of it's the county and 50% of the municipalities. So if we're not in, then we'll start we're starting the county on a direction to go get petitions. That's what we're doing. I mean, other than what you said on the specific of the economic development tax, that 6 penny is exactly that. It has to be stated, it's 6 penny, right? Yes, it's 6 penny sales tax that you add has to be named an economic development tax. I don't want these guys to leave here and be ambiguous is what they're trying to accomplish. You guys have raised some concerns, but I don't know that you've been specific. You were specific on that one. I think that's been answered. But if there were some specifics that we could give to answer, otherwise, I'd say let's go forward and ask the question now. Because I don't know that we're going to resolve anything in a week, and it just puts them off from knowing which direction they have to go. We are absolutely, if we say no, the path is clear. 50, it doesn't matter talking to the municipalities, because it's not going to go. And I think it's fair with all the work that's gone in, all the conversations that gone in, and there was tribal communication in there. There was a lot of communication around the county. I think this has been a broad effort to come forward with the best. We've gone to the municipalities in the past. They don't have funds in their general fund to support these. They just don't. The tribes, we've been talking to them for 3 years. They keep saying they want to contribute. And this is the way for them to contribute.
Right.
It's a viable option for everybody to participate. We've never been able to get the tribal councils to come to the table and say, okay, here's some money. This way, the sales tax is equitable from that point of view across the county.
And the tribes recognize that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the conversation.
Yeah.
That was in the conversations that we've had with, they can't afford it, we can't afford it, but in this case, it gives an opportunity for the voters to say, okay, yeah, we all want to participate. I support it, because we've got to do something.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve resolution. What would the resolution number be for us?
Resolution 49.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve resolution 2026-09, a resolution of the governing body of Fremont County Commissioners to place the question of the 0.75% sales and use tax for economic development on the 2026 primary election ballot to exclusively support ground ambulance, commercial air service, and public ground transportation.
Second.
We moved and seconded to approve resolution 2026-09 as mentioned in the motion. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Mr. Kenneth,
Hey,
is there a percentage still on that resolution or is it?
It was 3/4%.
that's it.
Yeah, 3/4.
I didn't know if I heard you say specific percent or
It was in there.
No, I mean like per how much
No.
ambulance?
Okay.
Chairman, we're in the middle of the vote.
Your discussion.
Yeah, I did ask for discussion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Nay.
Motion passed. So Chairman vote in favor.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I will be back at a later date, hopefully later this month, to begin the discussions related to a memorandum of agreement so that we can pursue outlines of that for the county going forward. But I thank you for your time and your effort on all of
Thanks
this.
for all your efforts.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
guys. Appreciate it.
good day.
Thank you. Sage. Morning.
So I'm Sage Goff with Treatment Courts and Youth Services. Just kind of a quick update. Our day reporting center, we currently have 5 students that come to our program. I was informed yesterday that we have 5 pending referrals. So that will give us up to 10 students. Our max capacity on that at any given time is 12 students. So we are seeing that program fill up. And I anticipate within the next, by April, that we're at full capacity, delivering those services to those students. Regarding youth services, I spoke last time about the Community Juvenile Service Board grant application. I'm currently working on that and in the process of getting that completed, as that grant is due on March 16th to the state of Wyoming. Currently, I've compiled a community assessment that really focuses on the services, needs, and the gaps of services within Fremont County for our juveniles. Coming up with a strategic plan on how youth services can fill some of those gaps, but also in program development for our program. The budget proposal and the budget. This year within the grant application, we've always been capped on the percentage that we can ask for wages, which in the past has been 11%. This year there is no cap for this grant, so I am asking for quite a bit more money to help with our wages for those individuals that are employed with youth services. The number of citations for the month of February between Lander and Riverton was 16. 12 of those citations were individuals between the ages of 15 and 17, and 4 citations were younger than 15. As you can see on the back page, a lot of alcohol and drug citations, along with some property and theft. So those are what has come in to our office that the probation officers are currently adding to their caseload. For
Sure.
Yeah.
And so still out of all these, you still don't have a number of individuals within your ATC?
So, Chairman, these individuals that we have for youth services are not court ordered. So they are in a pre-court diversion, so there's no court involvement. And that is unfortunately the hiccup that we always find for our JTC program, because I could, if we didn't have that stipulation of the court involvement in the court orders, I could have a very full JTC program.
Since, since some of those are repeats, aren't they? I mean, some of them might be repeat individuals that are going through the court over and over, or
That I'm unsure of at this moment. We do have a weekly meeting. We call it SPEC. It's our single point of entry. We meet with the county commissioners. Not the county commissioners, the county attorneys. We also meet with the local and tribal DFS offices. And within that meeting, we look at all of the citations that have come into our office. And that is when we look at their criminal history, what services they've been offered, what services they haven't been offered. If youth services in the diversion spec is appropriate, or if they need to move up into that CHINS and delinquency case with the county attorney. So. Did that answer your question? Okay. So for our treatment courts, our adult court, we currently have 16 active participants. We currently have one individual who is in residential treatment. They should be completing within the next few weeks to where all of our participants will be actively participating in the CAF services. I have 5 clients, proposed clients that I'm working with in the process of their court progression. All of our proposed clients are referred to us by their attorney. So the nice thing is they've already had those conversations. They know the expectations, things of that sort. In the last meeting, there was an approval to post for a clinical supervision position. Since then, I have been in contact and talking with specialty counseling and consulting out of Cheyenne. They are interested and willing to provide clinical supervision for us. Some of the things that we have discussed is that they're asking for a $3,000 monthly payment. That within that, there are 3 individuals who are going to be paid out of that $3,000. That way they have kind of a primary and then some backups if something ever happens, and hopefully we don't find ourselves in a situation where we don't have clinical supervision again. With that, they'll do our clinical supervision, review our ASIs, which is what determines your level of care for treatment. Ensure that everything within the clinical documentation is in line with state requirements and state licensure. They have that 30-hour a month cap. So essentially 5 to 6 hours a week is kind of what we're looking at. They've also talked with me in having some program development that is really focused on evidence-based practices, so that we're delivering the best services to our clients. And it's not, there's evidence behind it of it being helpful. Also having oversight of ethical and legal standards within practice. As anybody who has a licensure does have other guidelines, even outside of the county, of what they have to follow. They have discussed that they would operate on a 1099 basis. And so I'm asking the board if I can have an approval to move forward in the payment of $3,000 a month to be assigned to the specialty counseling and consulting, and we can begin working on an MOU.
Is this in lieu of the position that we approved here the last time we met?
It would be to fill that position.
And what did we approve for that position?
I do not believe we had a dollar amount, Julie. We did not approve it. It's for the, clinical supervisor.
No, but you had made a motion that you would approve up to, I wanna say, $5,000 to consult with a certain person, and then we never really did anything with that. So I think it's kind of a brand new thing of whatever you guys come up with for helping her with an idea on that.
So these people, these folks, specialty counseling and consulting, they would come up minimum of 5 hours a week, or they would Zoom or whatever.
Correct. We talked about telehealth or the Zoom, which a lot of it can be done that way. We've also discussed doing a like a quarterly meeting where they come up, they're in person, they work with the staff. So it'd be a combination of those services. Specialty counseling also is the service provider and clinical supervisors for treatment courts and the DUI court in Cheyenne. So the great thing with that, they already understand the best practice standards that we follow. And so they're in that with that court as well.
Commissioners, your thoughts?
Sure.
Yep.
You know, if we were to contract with someone, it would probably be a lot more than that, in a sense of individual, who we're contracting with. And plus, they're gonna work with all three, right? You know, if we can look at their contract first, if they send a contract, we can look at that contract first, but the amount of money they're stating right now is not a bad amount compared to what we would have to do for an individual doing it per hour. In a sense of, most clinical supervisors, so we just need to look at their contract first to see what else is outlined in the sense of responsibilities for both of them.
So you're suggesting we get a copy of the contract, run it through Nathan,
Yes.
and then we have that discussion.
Yes.
As soon as it gets that complete.
Okay.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess I'm sticker shock here just a little bit. So I'm stuck a little bit. You talked about the Juvenile Services Board grant application and that you expected our portion is gonna be more this year. That's what thought I heard you say.
Hopefully, yes.
So our contribution will be increased there. So
No, less.
it'll be less this year. Okay.
Because I'm asking for more from the grant to cover our wages.
Okay, so, total budget picture, when you come back with the MOU, what will be the increase, for our next year's budget? And I don't know what your timing is on this. You want it to fit into the, 2025-26 budget, I would assume, which is. between now and
Hopefully,
June. You want to start as soon as possible.
correct. And the youth services and the treatment courts are two completely different budgets.
I understand.
So- Yeah.
Budget wise, we're still talking with you.
Correct.
So we want some sort of feel of
Okay.
what is this doing from 2025 to 2026 budget to the 2026-27.
Okay.
So, what's the change gonna be? Give us some sort of estimate because, and especially if you're gonna fit it into this year's budget, we'll have to do some sort of budget adjustment, I would assume. Yes, unless we left room.
Mr. Chairman, we've had quite a bit of turnover, so we
Okay.
may not have
So we may
to-
not have.
Yeah, and one
Okay.
thing I just want to mention too is these folks right now, these employees are paying this themselves. We need. to
Which
get
we
that.
don't want.
We do not want to do that. So
Okay.
sometimes sticker shock is hard, but imagine what those folks are going through
Okay.
right now.
And I appreciate Commissioner Thomas giving us some sort of realism there. So I don't want to slow it down, but I always look for the big picture, which I know.
And how long would the contract be?
That has not been discussed. We've not, talked about, I believe we're looking at long-term.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Anything further? Okay.
Okay. And in regarding our juvenile treatment court, as I just kind of explained to, Mr. Thomas, we've not really had any changes, and unfortunately, some of that is, I don't have a clinician. I am waiting on the, grants from the judicial branch to see if we're going to get funding, what that looks like. Hopefully by the end of this month, I'll have some better answers on what we'll be moving forward with JTC. Hopefully we get some funding, and I have had conversations with some individuals who are interested in coming to treatment court, specifically working for juveniles. So those are conversations continuously being had as well.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank
Sorry to
you.
make you wait.
That's okay. Thank you.
Diana?
You want me to come up now?
Yep.
Present?
Yep. And we ask it to, we kind of not rush through it, but we're kind of behind on our agenda, and that's my fault. You'll introduce yourself once again.
Diana Mitchell. I'm here to present on the Eastern Shoshone Treaty workshops and legal issues. And I wanted to invite the commissioners to a session. I want to hope that this will continue, because the people in the state of Wyoming, and even on the reservation and everywhere, don't know the history of the Shoshone people. Okay? It has not been stated in the right ways that we would like. We talk about the federal treaty relationship, and that is the Supreme Court recognizes that the canons of the principles of the treaty is part of the federal Indian law, okay? And that we must understand what is going on in our treaty, okay? That all expressions must be resolved in favor of the tribe, because we didn't have our language, we had a very language barrier then. And that the Indians must be have an understanding themselves of what is going on with the treaty. And the Indian treaties must be liberally construed in favor of the Indians. And this is what I'd like for you guys to come. We have a session with us, because we've been doing this for actually 2016 on the reservation tribal members. We had a treaty reenactment anniversary with Fort Bridger in 2018. And we want to continue the education with the people, non-Indians. Our own people we're focusing on right now, but we need to also educate the city officials, the county, and the state. And what we do is we have a book like this. We would give you each a copy of this book, and this is the workshop. And it would talk about what the tribal cultural recognition, and this is because we have a treaty with the Shoshone Bannock in Idaho. This is their book. We hope as a tribal member, as Eastern Shoshone, we want a book like this, and we've been attempting to do so. And in this last council on March 29th, 2025, we had that. We have a resolution, and I'd like to give you guys a copy of it. Resolution that we educate the people on tribal history for important tribal workers. This is for the tribe. Tribal enterprises, also the Shoshone Business Council. It did say Shoban tribal members, but they are educated more than we are at this time, because they go on their treaty more than the Shoshones do, which is a very bad thing. But we want to have you guys come. We're looking for April, okay? if you'd like to look at the book and see what you'd be studying. We would like to shoot for April, if that's all right. We want you guys to come, Commissioner. And also the city officials, because this is not only involving the county, but the administration of the cities, and that means Riverton too. And we need to educate our people so that we know, the whole community, that we know the true history. It would be done with a prayer by a tribal member. We would have a Shoshone, Business Council member to introduce themselves as a welcome. And then we would have the early history, would begin our history of the Shoshone, Bannocks, and Sheepeaters. And then we present our treaties, okay? And then we'd have a break, and then we'd go through our 1868 treaty. And then we'd go through our 1863, and then we'd have a lunch. And then we talk about our legal issues. And one of the legal issues that we discussed at our last presentation was the 1904 land cession, okay? Which was not a good agreement that was made with the Shoshone tribe, because George Terry was murdered. This right here, and he was the principal signer. And that made Riverton and opened up the area for the ranching and leasing. And this not only happened to us, but to the other tribes. This is a book about the Coeur d'Alene Indians and how they got, and it's in the same time period. And they lost and had to fight for their land. And in our case, we lost our land. And we still haven't been paid for them. And that's in 1904. So if the Supreme Court says, and that's another issue, that it's not on the reservation, then they need to look at the books and see if the tribe actually got paid for the lands that were sold. And then I would like to know if you guys, if you're, interested. We have Bobby Shangitsi. She's the new council member that was voted on January 10th. And we have also Miss Allie Durgan, who was also elected on January 10th. And we all support the treaty. And that is one of the things that why we like the old council. We fired them on January 10th because they don't support our treaty. They talk about it, but they don't fund it. And we have been funding it, our tribal people. Bobby brings food. We pay for our own gas. We pay for the conference, the workshop. People donate. Okay, we've been donating ever since 2016. And we feel this is a very important issue, a very important subject, because people, like I said, don't know history. So if you guys would be willing to come, I would like to also mention, I didn't include Austin. Austin was one of the people that, besides my motion to have the treaty workshop, he seconded, and that's Austin Hill, who's also here. Thank you for coming. But that's what I wanted to do, was to make sure that you guys could come if you're willing in April sometime, or when you're free. It would be at the library, all right? Because like I said, we don't have funding for a place to rent. And we know the library has that room over there, the little theater that we use. So we could have it there. And then you guys could come. We want to invite the city officials, and we could come over and have a day. I would suggest like a Saturday, because we've been doing it on the weekdays, but it's because we're trying to reach the tribal workers, and they get off at 5, and then we have it after we continue. But for you people, the commissioners, and city officials, it would be good to have it on the weekend, like a Saturday.
Well, once you get a date firmed up, let Emma know when the workshop is.
Okay,
And the commissioners that can attend will attend, or, if they're free. And of course, there won't be more than, three, because that would be the majority.
yeah, we would like the majority because everyone must know the history of the Shoshones.
Well,
That's why we're in such a mess that we are in legal court right now, okay? And that's why they were fired and I heard you guys' discussion, I'll hurry because we better have a break. But you were talking about how the alcohol, the general council, Shoshone General Council never voted for alcohol to be in the casino, ever. It was never brought to general council for a vote. It was all decided by the Shoshone executive. And that's not right. It's like you guys deciding and not even going to the people. And that's what's happened. And I think that should be done. It should be brought to general council.
Mr. Chairman, so this is just a training.
Yeah, this isn't.
We're not interacting with you and having discussions about
No.
this, so I guess I would question whether that's something we can't do is show up at a training. We go to county commissioner association meetings, we go to the legislature, we do a lot of things that are not necessarily.
Make any decisions.
You don't make any decisions, so I guess I wouldn't worry about that as much. But the sooner you get a date, the better. I have several things that take me out of town. And April's filling up, so the earlier the better, but that would be my guess.
Yeah, in this workshop, it would be no politics like I just mentioned, the alcohol thing, okay? But I wanted to give my comments, and Mr. Jones, and Chairman, that I wanted to give my comments on that, okay? And then the tribe's not broke about the ambulance, okay? It shouldn't have been 3 years for the council to decide about giving money to the ambulances. Okay?
Well, thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your time, and I will be in contact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
You guys need 5 minutes.
Yeah,
We're gonna break for 5 minutes. Morning. Almost there.
So I was here to see if I could get okay to advertise for a journeyman mechanic to refill position Riverton. With a salary of 50,500. 52,500.
Full time benefited person.
Yep.
In the Riverton office?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioners, questions?
Yeah.
This is a replacement officer, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we replace, for grade. We won't be A, B, C,
We just started, level 1 journeyman mechanic.
level one mechanic, Mr. Chair, 52,300.
50,500 to 52,500.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve advertising for a replacement. Mechanic, salary range 50,500, 52,500 for the Riverton shop. Level 1. You say level 1?
Yep, level 1 journeyman mechanic.
Level 1 journeyman. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Then I got 4 accidents that's gonna get hopefully to get repaired.
Okay.
One of them hit a deer. And from Mr. R Salvage Yard, they have white trucks come in all the time, so I can get stuff cheaper, so it was $1,000. We'll just do it ourselves.
Was it the sheriff's truck?
No, it's one of the roads.
Yeah.
Who you can go through?
It would be just us, we'll buy it from the salvage yard and then we'll bolt it up.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah.
Yep.
The question I'm having, if there's any body work, what I'm noticing is Rodney takes 2 of them.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't want to go with Rodney on any of these because it takes forever. So I'm just put my 2 cents out there.
So, vehicle maintenance will repair for approximately $1,000, and that money will come out of transportation.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm saying if there's any others.
yeah.
Further, is that a motion?
So are we gonna do them one at a time?
Yeah.
Motion for approval for the repair for $1,000, repair will be done by maintenance.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to vehicle maintenance department will repair the transportation department's vehicle from the deer strike, not to exceed $1,000. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
The next one, a building and maintenance truck is a Bolt. And the lowest bid is Fender Mender Body Shop. I recommend going with that. It's $4,126.56.
What's the name of the company?
Fender Mender Body Shop.
Commissioner,
What was the amount again? Sorry.
$4,126.56.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve, to take the vehicle that struck the pole or struck the pole. To be taken to fender mender at the amount of $4,200. We're not gonna do this.
We have a second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to take the building maintenance vehicle to Fender Mentor in the amount of $4,200. Further discussion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just gotta really enjoy the explanation of I was coming out of the door I was looking at something else and I ran into a pole. Hopefully, we had some managerial conversations about concentrating on what we're doing. I can just think of my dad. You did what? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, just my 2 cents. Sorry, I had to put that there.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
I
Opposed? Motion passed.
The next one of the roads, employees was moving his personal pickup and hit the county trucks. So his insurance is gonna pay for everything, but I was just gonna get it okay for fender mender auto body for $1,642.42.
I would guess we wouldn't need approval on this if his insurance is gonna be low.
Okay. So the next vehicle is one of my guys, braved an ambulance that was parked a little weird at the shop. And it's fender mender body shop for $1,405.
Commissioner,
Approval for, motion approved the, 1,400,
$1,405.
$1,405 for the repair, using Fender Body Shop for the vehicle repair.
Second.
been moved and seconded to approve fender mender to repair the vehicle maintenance would it be the ambulance?
No, it's a pool car.
Okay. In the amount of $1,405. Further discussion?
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Jared, do you have your employees, your fellow workers walk around their vehicles before they get in them?
Yeah, and so they had parked a little bit, like if this was a garage or they had parked the ambulance when they left it. To help him and he would open the door.
Sometimes we're insurance, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Is it, dear?
That's what it means.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'll send you pictures of that wheel.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Trevor. Finally.
Still morning.
Well, yeah, barely.
Thanks for having us. Main reason I came today is to introduce all of you, the commissioners, to our new interim director for the Fremont County Fair. This is Laura Harrington, and I just found out just a little bit ago that tomorrow will be her 8th year that she's been part of the fair. So, wow. But I'll turn it over to Laura if you guys have any questions, but we do have an ask.
So good morning, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, we're here to request approval to hire, actually replacing a full-time employee at the Fair Annex Center. We currently do not have an employee up there, so we would like to fill that position.
At $18 an hour, you said?
Yes, so the budget that was approved last year was $38,500. Currently, at 18 an hour is $37,440. So it's within the budget that was approved for last year. Or for this fiscal year.
Did you say 37,440?
37,440 is what $18 an hour would with no overtime. But the budget was approved for this fiscal for 38,500.
Commissioners, questions?
Chairman?
Yeah.
Motion for approval for the hiring of the, what kind of position would it be, like a fair?
Well, the position is currently called grounds and maintenance.
Grounds and maintenance employee at the wage of 18 an hour, which 38,500, well, hearing.
So the current salary in the budget is 37,440,
Okay,
and you could make a salary range
okay,
if you prefer.
Chairman, range would be 37,440 to 38,500. Motion for approval.
Second?
Been moved and seconded to approve, rehiring and grounds and maintenance employee for the fair annex in the salary range 37,440 to 38,500. Further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Chairman votes in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Face it, Trevor. Oh. You're next on the agenda. We want to talk about the fair reorganization work schedule. Work session,
Right.
and whoever else.
I didn't realize we'd be able to speak.
Oh, yeah. I think that was the intent.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Actually, this was your work session. I did let them know that you were going to work on.
Okay,
I did some research for you and I did pass that out to pretty much everybody in the audience here.
all right.
But definitely they're here to
Yeah.
comment if you'd like them to.
Okay.
You believe into that, I could do that. We also have a guest, Kevin.
Oh, yes.
Hughes, in the
Kevin?
audience here. And Hughes is over here in the audience. He is a
Come on up.
former hybrid. Geez, where'd that come from? Poor guy, we probably wouldn't want that one. Fair Board member up in Sublette County, and he'd be willing to answer questions for you as well today. Thank you very much. He moved to Fremont County. Wish we'd known that a while ago. You could have applied for this Fair Board.
Yeah.
So the first thing, Mr. Chairman, I just thought maybe we should find out how other counties do the process of fairs and buildings and I don't know about you, but I was quite surprised. So I sent to every county clerk, said, if you're not the one, tell me who I need to talk to. There's a spreadsheet there that just has how that works out. So some of them do the whole thing like we do. The fair does the fair and takes care of the buildings. Quite a few of them do split that up. The fair does the fair and the county takes care of the buildings and in quite a bunch of different capacities. Some of just they just take care of them, and some of them they share money and stuff like that back and forth. But you can see Bighorn County splits it up, Carbon County splits it up, Kirk County splits it up. In Converse County, the state fair owns the grounds, so they really don't have grounds. She didn't answer my question more about how the fair part works. Goshen County, Hot Springs County, Albany County, Johnson, Natrona, Sheridan, and Sweetwater all do it all in one. Laramie County is split up, Niobrara County is split up. And they're in that county, it's small, so they contract with a cleaning service and the commissioners do take care of the grounds. Park County is split up. Their board is an advisory board rather than a governing board over there. So there's some, I can't spell buildings, so that B should have been in there, but Sublette County is split up, and I have some more where I talk to these folks, so we can look at that here in a minute. Teton County, the city handles the fairgrounds as they're on city property, so of course they don't handle the city property. Uinta County is also split up, and you can see there a little bit of what they told me, and also Weston County does the same thing. So what I did is I did call, before I knew there were so many of these, I knew Carbon County and Sublette County, specifically in Laramie County, all were split up for different reasons. I don't have to read this for you all, but I can kind of just recap a little bit. In Carbon County, and I did give the MOU that they work on to all of you, to the press, and also to the Fair Board specifically, and the treasurer's office back here as well. Talked to Jeff Askins. He's their building manager. He's worked there for 4 years. I think you'll find a common theme for all of these is both the Fair Board and the commissioners and whatever committees you have. They have to be really good communicators. They have to agree for the same goals. And I think that would be something that obviously we all need to to look at. He is the manager. He does have an administrative assistant and 2 maintenance people. The administrative assistant helps the fair board with everything the fair board needs. The building department gets the rentals, and does all the property upkeep. And they also get the mill levy monies. However, on the rental side, through their MOU, the fair board gets the first $30,000 in revenue from those rentals. And then after they split the amounts. They don't really have an employee of their own in that county. Pardon me?
How much did you say the fair board gets? 30,000?
30,000 in their county of the rentals that they have. So they get the first 30,000 flat out goes to them. And then the rest of any other that they get for the rest of the year, they just split evenly between taking care of the buildings and the fair board getting half of that money. In Sublette County, and definitely Kevin could probably tell you a lot more. I did talk to the fair manager there. Something happened before that the fair manager was fired up there. The commissioners also had built a new indoor arena. And that's when they decided that it sounds like to divide up the assets for the fair activities. It works very well up there. Her position is part-time salaried. She gets the same salary all year long. She's not very busy during the first part of the year, obviously, but when it gets closer to fair, lots of overtime, so to speak. So the way they did it was you get X amount of dollars. And as I recall, it's a pretty good salary for part-time. But it's just all year long if that's what she gets. So she doesn't really get into the overtime or anything. So let's see, she's not considered even a county employee, so she doesn't get any of the benefits. I thought that was a little bit sad. She doesn't get to share in on that. But on the event side of things, they have a manager and a groundskeeper. Those are all salaried county employees, get county benefits. The groundskeeper wife is the office manager and does all the paperwork and handles most of the AP. They do have groundkeepers and maintenance employees. Again, communication is the key to making sure everybody is happy and getting things done for the community. And sounds like as long as that works, they said periodically, Kevin had told me periodically you have maybe somebody that gets upset about something, but if you can get everybody back down to the same level, it seems like it works pretty well there. Obvious things, and I appreciate that. Again, Kevin can answer these, but he mentioned, well, what if you have more pigs for the fair this year and you don't have enough pens? Who are you looking to make sure that happens? And I just know by watching this county that it doesn't matter if we don't have something. I've heard that during fair time, wow, this happened or this happened, and it just all seems to happen. So I think that's what happens in a lot of counties, is just to make sure somebody can help get that money. I did mention what their budget was because I had received their budget. They have a budget of $228,000. The county is funding a lion's share of it, and their revenue looks to be like $35,000. The last one I talked to yesterday was Laramie County Event Center. Dan Ang, I think I say his name. He's been the coordinator there for 7 years. However, he has done event managing for over 20 years. The fair board was completely removed in Laramie County, and then they hired an event coordinator. He's in charge of the fair manager. A 1% measure was made to build a new complex there, and it sounds like that it was more built for just fair, and they had wanted it to be more than just fair. So it works perfect for fair, is my understanding. But when they wanted to do receptions or meetings, there's no cooking facilities. It was expected to be used for athletics, but no lockers and no showers were designed into it. They'd like to have concerts in it, but they also found out there was no way to hook lighting or to get sound. So his job now is seeing how he can use that facility in a number of different ways with what they have before they have to put more money into it. So they have expanded in the last year to RV shows, indoor rodeos, and an outdoor sports and expo. This is not the main event, as he was very much, wanting to make sure everybody knew their main event is the 2-week annual fair time at Laramie County. And everybody knows it, and that's the best part of it. They said they know that's what that building was well built for. They have a good team of people that work together and determine fair needs during the event. One thing he did mention is it felt like they had so many rules from different specific organizations for fair, And that this one wanted this wanted this, and you couldn't do this, you couldn't do this, and they stripped a lot of the rules and they doubled the amount of entries they had that year because people felt like they could more participate. After that, after the fair, they do hold town hall meetings. They do have one for small animals, one for large animals, and one for static exhibits. They discuss what worked, what didn't work, what people didn't like, what, instead of just the survey, but they do a survey as well. He's involved with Wyoming Association of Fairs and has gained a lot of value from that association. And we talked about the wide variety of buildings and grounds we have here, and he said at any time you are in the market to wonder about how to handle any of those, any of you guys, fair board or commissioners or whatever, he would be willing to come up and look at them and maybe help you decide what you would like to do with that. The final thing, again, I think somebody asked at the last meeting from the fair board, where was the MOU from some of these counties? The best one I could find, there are a couple of other ones, but this one from Carbon County, fair board seems to be pretty decent. I mean, there's some things in there obviously that we would need to look at. The last thing I want to mention that the commissioners might mention that might put everybody a little bit at ease is when we first looked at this, what were the things that the commissioners wanted to look at for a reorganization? We talked about, okay, so this has to be one office and this is going to be another office. There's a lot of things we figured out. The officers, I think, have to stay the same. I think we've got to share websites. I think there's a lot of things to share, bookings and things like that. So before everybody gets really up in arms about anything, yes, definitely I have a list of things specifically that I looked at that said, yeah, that probably doesn't work. But I'm sure this board at this point would like to comment on what they've thought about since I did my research. And I can answer any questions, or again, you can like to do this.
Commissioners, any questions, anything to be added to Julie's comments? Mr. Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work you went out and looked at, Julie. I think the comparisons are are quite interesting across counties, very similar counties to us, and how they've split the apple here. I think there've been a lot of assumptions about what the goal is here, and I quite honestly that a lot of the assumptions that I've heard in public are erroneous. From my perspective, when we threw this forward, it was always about trying to make the fair successful and removing some of the burdens that really they're not equipped to handle. So if you think about capital planning, and we're still trying to get organized around this too, is that we ought to be planning probably around 2% of the asset value per year for asset replacement. I don't think anybody would say that we've done a fantastic job at the fair. That I said we collectively, I'm not putting that on anybody, but it's something we need to be thinking about. I know there are efforts outside that might want to do some different things, but they need to work with us and the fair. I think consistency of employee salaries and benefits is always a big thing for me across the county, whether you're in the fair, the library, the museum. We'll try to keep that as consistent as possible. And I like some of the ways that's been approached elsewhere. I think any assumptions that there was going to be this big gap at the end, just in my mind, didn't exist. We still have general fund dollars. We still want a portion of our general fund dollars to go to the fair. But what we challenged the fair back with in 2020 and the library and the museum is to try to raise their own revenue. And they've done a good job. The fair's done a really good job. The library's done a better job. The museum's always done a good job. They've always had money for that. And so that skin in the game kind of thing is really important, that it balanced. But I think what this would also require is a lot of communication between groups. And I realized that would be difficult. I was talking with Commissioner John Espy down in Carbon County, and he says, yeah, sometimes it gets to be challenging between the groundskeepers and the folks in the fair and coordinating that. And we realized that. I mean, I realized that. I don't think it's just a panacea that just solves everything. But you know, and so it's gonna require some improved financial reporting. We do a lot of your financial stuff, we do your personnel stuff. I would say we continue to try to do that, but we also get better about the financial reporting so that everybody understands where the money's going, where it's gone, and I think you guys have struggled with that as well. And it happens. So anyway, that's my thought on this. And to me, let's hash it out and see what can happen. But I think it's really obvious that almost half the counties are making something like this work. And it benefits everybody. So if we keep that in mind, I think we could have a good conversation.
So I agree. We need to have, you know, we're throwing this out. Everything was a draft, you know, and I've got to reiterate, like I do about every meeting. This is not gonna put the fair in jeopardy. It's not gonna put the 4-H kids, the FFA kids, or any of the static events from outside people. It's not gonna put them in jeopardy. We feel like that we can possibly utilize and promote the facilities to utilize again, but to utilize them to their best potential. That way it would improve the self-generated income, not only for the fair board, but also for the county fair. I mean, like Commissioner Jones said, we have a lot of improvements. I mean, I see stuff years ago, they needed new working pins behind the arena, behind the main arena. Well, they didn't know where to get it. I got the pipe. I got it donated to the fair. They got them built. I mean, and I'm glad it did. They work out well. And I mean, I do stuff like that all the time when I can or when it's available. And I just when we first talked about this, what I struggle with is, you know, that first of all, that the fair, the 4-H, the fair, and we encourage the fair to continue with their fair plans and their upcoming fair plans and to promote it. And we've never said, oh, we're not going to fund this. It just, if the more self-generated income that comes about, it's less of a burden for the commissioners to take it out of the general fund. And I guess the way I look at it is, if the county is willing to take over the responsibility and the maintenance of the facilities with guaranteed times for the fair events and all this, and the fair board, I don't say this lightly, all they got to do is plan the fair. Well, there's more to it than just, oh, we're gonna have the fair. We all know that. But we're taking half of the burden and responsibility from our proposal is to take it from the fair so they can focus on the fair and the promotion and continuing with the fair. And I mean, this has nothing to do with the volunteers. The volunteers can still will volunteer for the fair and the events going up to it. It's, to me, before this, I was on several boards and several organizations and still am. And when someone offers to take half the workload and we still get the same results, I struggle with, why is there such a battle? Why is it such a, throw your arms up and the commissioners are doing this and doing that? We're willing to help you take responsibility and give you a break. You all work, you're all volunteers, you all do a good job with the fair and the management and all that. But why wouldn't you welcome the idea of we take half the workload and and more than half the responsibility. I mean, after all, the county still owns all the assets. But, and there again, the communication, and when both sides hire counsel, then our hands are virtually tied, because we can't respond to the public. And, so anyway, that's kind of my compressed version of it. But I think maybe we can have Kevin tell us, since he came here to, tell us what's going on with Sublette County, what the trials and tribulations they went through.
So can we get him the mic?
Oh, yeah.
And introduce yourself.
Kevin Hughes from, I live in Pavilion now, but came from Sublette County. And I guess roughly about 2010 to 11, we had the whole fairgrounds under our board. And then they built a building, it's basically like the state fair building, a beautiful building. And so we had the whole fairgrounds, we had, dated infrastructure, water lines, and the county come in with the town and actually brought all fresh water in, and so we were all on wells at that time, fighting all that, and had several leaks and stuff, but once they completed that building is when they took the grounds away from us, which for us, then we were able to just focus on the fair itself. And that's nice, because then we'd work with the fairgrounds manager, keeper, to where he does all the upkeep on the buildings. He did all the grooming, he set up all the pens. We had several meetings with him on how we wanted our layout. We had a lot of, there wasn't too much contention from our board, because we were ready to give it up, because there was some major bills that were coming out of our fairground and fair board budget, just for maintenance and upkeep. And so once they did all that, it was nice to where we could just focus on fair, and then we had that 1 week is slotted for fair regardless. The biggest trial was communication. We went through several managers in the beginning. The guy that's running it now, he's a certified electrician, and then he has usually 2 guys that work under him, and then we would have to provide the extra help for just general cleaning and maintenance during the fair. So we'd hire like some high schoolers, or just take garbages and clean tables and do things like that, and just keep the grounds up, because that's too much to ask on like the fairground part of it. The biggest thing that I see now that it's over and done with, if they were to go back, I don't feel the fairgrounds promotes the grounds as well as they should, with the building. So they do have several events, but we didn't get any revenue whatsoever. I mean, the commissioners just give us our budget, and if we make a little bit of revenue, we get to keep it. And like ours, we charge maybe for camping with the grounds, and that money set aside to where we can add more sewer lines, or to make it more efficient for campers, or nicer for the campground area. And that's not in the commissioner's budget or any of that. So I mean, we were trying to put it there. So, but if I had one suggestion to make, I could make it more of an events board, where they kind of just handle events and worked with the maintenance guys, the grounds guys, and maybe promote your events more, and as well as do fair, because I've been to several Rocky Mountain Fair conventions, and it all ties into your events, because it's basically, when we became the fair board, we had a good extension office that handled 4-H and FFA, And so we basically became an entertainment board besides just making sure they're scheduled and they had everything they needed. And then we paid for the judges, everything for theirs, as that went on.
Out of your budget. And so you didn't get any returns, we call it self-generated income. You didn't get any of that when you rented out the facility.
No, no, so that would be the grounds if they rented it for, they have that big cutting that comes in right after fair. So whatever money's generated, that goes directly to the commissioners. And Jay answered, well, the groundskeeper answers directly to the commissioners. And so, and why I say that my biggest pet peeve is they're parking road and bridge in that nice building through the winter, so. And I hate seeing all that equipment parked in that. It's a beautiful building. It really is. And, you know, I think they can promote it more, bring some tourism in for the counties. Or that was one of my biggest pet peeves. I guess I really don't care what he does with it.
What were the biggest points of contention? I mean,
When we were switching over, the hardest part was like the assets of like the pen, you know, like, so the fair board. We took ownership of like all the pins, but when it transferred, then, well, there's equipment is this. You know, we had to buy extra electrical. So you had more, I forget what they call them, in big junction boxes. So each kid can plug in there. We've had to rent generators through the years just to help support the electrical and stuff. But that was the biggest contention, is the panels on the pins and who, because there were 4-H bought some, the fair board bought some, the county bought some. And then storage for all that stuff was a huge thing, because then the groundskeeper wanted it all out of his shop so he could do other things. So he lost his shop, basically the storage, you know. And so that's another thing, you know, if there are certain assets that just continue to stay with the fair, or does it turn into the counties, or. And we had to work through a lot of that stuff. And the county actually, we ended up buying a lot of new panels just because of the new building. And that was the biggest part. And then like if we were to sell the old panels, which we kept everything, but you know, it would get the money, and that was part of the. And then they also have another building on site that's run by a whole completely different board that was put together by the community and a lot of donated money, so. He still runs it and stuff, but he has to do with that board.
what do they use that?
It's just their open arena, also their riding arena, so. And it was, I think, mostly privately funded. With just through donations when they built that first riding arena.
Right.
And so I believe the county maintains it and stuff, but they do have a separate board that. We were able to use that building during fair, but. Any other time, like they're the ones putting all the events on. But yeah, that's.
Questions?
Do they work with the community extension? Like, do you guys have other fair kind of activities throughout the year?
Yeah,
Not just fair?
so on clinics and different things, you can, my wife's up there, she could tell you more. You could rent it, but I don't know if they actually charge the kids to rent that.
They didn't. They never charged us for that. We sometimes had to cover, the extension would have to cover like insurance. And then you had to have a policy, or you had to have for that day for, you know, I mean, you're dealing with livestock, because I was in it with the steers, so they're a little bit bigger and a little more dangerous potentially. but-
Clarification, which entity, the county or the fair board?
So the the 4-H extension had to pay it to the county. We
County.
had to do it to the county, not to the fair board. We had to
That's
do
an
it.
event.
Yeah, because that would just, and it was just insurance. They didn't charge the 4-H to
Okay.
use it, but we just had to cover
Okay.
insurance.
The scales were another item that were always, because the 4-H and the fair board could bought those. Yeah, and so the fair board, we just ended up paying to have them certified every year, and then if we needed repairs, then that kind of fell on the fair board, because they wouldn't use them any other time of the years. That was the only other major thing, and he would set them aside or leave them where they were at. If he had to move them, he'd just slide them in to get them out of the way or something.
And was there ever any scheduling issues, you know, between 4-H events like clinics or, whatever, weigh-in or whatever the case may be?
There were some like clinics and stuff, and just, you know, like this is beautiful spring, but like there, we would try to use the indoor wash facility, and he had it full of stuff, and I mean, he would get grouchy if he. But then we also, my wife and I would volunteer and donate our time to make sure it's clean, suck the stumps out with our own equipment, keep, you know, everything clean, so it was good to go for whoever else. But yeah, there was some, you know, and they do like weddings and funerals or whatever, part of that barn. But you wouldn't do like a clinic during those times. So I mean, if it was scheduled, then you have the building, but even if it was just half of it, if it didn't work with whatever, couldn't put up the wall.
Overall, do you feel like this structure has worked better for your county, or do you think that how it was before was more efficient and
So it was a
stress?
big mess when I got on initially. We fired the fair manager like not even a month into it, so like it was a mess. So our money was well, it took us like 3 years to get a good clean audit with the county. So yeah, it was a big mess. Just organized, and then we had several volunteers that were on the fair board, and they got their feelings hurt, they got off or whatever, but then they'd come in during fair because they knew where everything was at. So as time has gone on, yeah, I couldn't imagine handling the grounds. Yeah, because we all would work, and you get phone calls for 3 years after we did it. People would call, so the lights are on down there. Well, I don't have nothing to do with that, you know. So, you know, the people do watch. But fair, I feel like our fair actually benefited from it because we could just focus on, you know, our meetings that last till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes when we first got on, and now we're not out of there an hour and a half, 2 hours, where there's something else wrong, basically. But we used to have a chamber full of people, and it'd take us till 10 o'clock to get through the guests, and then we could start on our actual fair things that we needed to do.
What's the average size of your participants?
I couldn't tell you how many. Off the top of my head, though. We moved our fair too because we were competing with so many counties the same week, so we moved it a week forward, and we actually had better luck with that, but it messed up like the kids with their pigs and their target weights and stuff. So I think they've all adapted to where we're at now.
Did you guys have a Friends of Fair at all that helped with some of the funding, some of the necessary needs and different things that arose because you guys didn't have the funding from the county?
No, we didn't. We had sponsors, you know, we looked for sponsors for just certain events and stuff, but it was never like a 501c or whatever.
Any questions? Laura?
So I guess I'm a little confused, and I hope you can explain it to me. I know I'm kind of new to the table, but I've been around for a while. So I guess I don't understand where the change is coming.
or if you feel like we maybe did a poor job managing the facilities. The way I understand it, and looking at our budgets, and I didn't bring ours with us because I didn't think we were gonna have an opportunity to speak today, but we're employed by the county. The groundskeeper, my old position, my current position, which, you know, when they find somebody, I hope to go back to my old position. So we're already employees of the county and that comes out of the general fund, correct? And,
That's correct.
You
and,
need to come up and be on the mic, I'm sorry.
sorry,
We're old and hearing aid developed here.
I apologize and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. So we're already county employees, correct? So I guess I don't understand where the break needs to come in that we rent out the facilities, and I get that currently the fare into our self-generated is the rentals from the facilities, but for a lot of years, longer than I've been around, the fair staff has managed the rentals, and I know in the time I've been there, the rentals of the facilities have, and I'm not saying it's because of me, I'm just saying that's my observation, but the rentals of the facilities have increased greatly. Especially since COVID, I think people discovered that we had facilities that they could use more so than they did before, but we have rentals almost every day in the week in at least one of the buildings. So I guess I don't quite understand where the break comes in that, whereas you've already got an established staff. I feel like we've done a great job over the past several years, all of us together, managing the facilities, running fair, and obviously with a lot of assistance from the fair board during fair time. But as far as the facilities and renting the facilities and caring for the facilities, which if you guys go around the state, we have an amazing grounds guy. I mean, he does a great job. But what's the difference going to be, I guess, and where's the benefit to the fair having a staff and the county having a staff when the county already has a staff that handles both fair and the rentals of the facilities? And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we've done a good job. I've never heard that there's been any complaints in how it's been done. I mean, I don't believe that our past manager had any complaints about how we were managing the facilities. So if you could just explain to me how the necessity of that break comes and where the benefit is to the county as a whole, to the taxpayers who then would be paying for two staffs. I'm just
Well,
confused.
they really wouldn't pay for two staff. The maintenance guys, if you will, maintenance people, I shouldn't be specific on it, but they would be county employees and they would maintain it for the county and they would get things done. And if the fair board, sees an issue that needs to be repaired, you know, they can come to us and we can have that discussion, how to get that fixed, how we're gonna fund it, so on and so forth. But right now, we don't have any, I shouldn't say, we don't have any control, because we really don't. The fair manager in the past has ran the facilities and they are an employee of the fair board. So, and we all recognize that the fair board needs a fair manager, and they will continue to get a fair manager if they so choose. But the maintenance, the repairs, and the promotion and the utilization of the facilities, I think really, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to give you an example right now because this is just a proposal, but what can we utilize the facilities for at the manufacturer? I mean, what can we do to improve things in the wintertime? Because there's not a lot that goes on other than the building rentals, you know, And for Darcher, the annex is totally underutilized.
I agree 100%.
And, you know, some of the things that I've thought of and part of the reasoning that we purchased the annex was, you know, there's an opportunity for the kids that live in town that don't have an opportunity to raise livestock. And it, you know, we could set up, not the whole facility, but we could set up pens and utilize some of the space for those kids, and they would learn responsibility and purchasing and livestock health and so on and so forth, you know, I mean, but that hasn't been done since we purchased it, and that was one of the discussions we had when we first utilized it. There's the archery, 4-H archery, shooting sports, all kinds of different 4-H and FFA events. They could have midwinter shows, whatever they want, but I'm just saying, we think with maybe an event coordinator or someone that would work with the fair manager, of course, they would have to be in the same building, but they could work things out and promote it for the county and bring more revenue to them, so it isn't such a huge hit on the general public, on the general budget.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thinking back to 2020, and the ARPA funds that came through. And again, it's not a criticism, it's a matter of bandwidth. Okay, and I don't believe the Fair Board was equipped to look at capital improvements. We didn't start talking about capital improvements until we infused the fair with ARPA funding, with quite a bit of funding, as I remember. And at that time, there was a lot of concern about the degradation of some of the facilities and what could we do there? And even at this table, the question was, boy, should we be investing in this when they've let these other things go, you know, kind of go the way of the dodo, you know, they were degrading, okay? We have a capital improvement plan and people who deal with that. We have paid financial people here at the county that deal with that on a regular basis. And if you look at this, not as, oh my gosh, they're taking us over and they're taking away this, taking away that. We're bringing a ton of resource to table that you don't have to deal with. And so to me, it's a question, can you make it work together? Can you, but it gives you a ton of additional resource. I have heard many comments about the conditions of the facilities, and it has been a concern of mine over the years is, right, what are we doing? What could we be doing? And I would think the Fair Board would welcome that in terms of being a part of a broader conversation about what can we do better for the community at large and not burden a small group with mostly volunteers to look at those capital questions. So I see that a little differently than you, but I've heard many comments that there has been concerns about those facilities, as we do here. But we have a process and we have people and resources to deal with it. So,
Okay.
Are those resources available to us now, or would those only be available to us if the reorganization was in place?
I think Mr. Chairman, I mean, that's an interesting question. You have financial, but you're not part of our capital revolving process. You're not part of our capital improvement process. You don't have one that I know of.
Yeah.
I thought we did, because we've seen those reports before. You know, when we redid the Fremont Center, you know, county did that with some ARPA funds.
With ARPA.
You know, when we
Right.
redid the parking lot, you know, that was all capital revolving.
That was ARPA.
That was
So
ARPA.
this was all additional money, and I don't believe there's really conversation before that on capital improvements. And or expansion. Well, I mean, it's kind of been hodgepodge. So I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but it doesn't make any sense that we go after a smaller group when we have this larger group that could encompass you and help you with that. And take responsibility for adding additional revenue. You guys have added a ton of revenue and you know, it doesn't sound like Sublet gets the entertainment revenue that y'all do. And we're not gonna interfere with that. As a matter of fact, we think we have a broader perspective, especially with the annex, because quite frankly, we've heard nothing but negative comments from Fair Board members and community about the annex, and why'd you do that? And I said, well, gee, when did we give you the option to say, no, we don't want to deal with this portion of the facilities? It just didn't make any sense to me. So why not, you know, bring the perspective of the county wanting to maximize those facilities? And again, get y'all just focused on the fair. And then again, I think Carbon County has a really good revenue sharing model. So that Fair Board gets a portion of the revenue, and that could all be worked out as to what that means. You know, if you're generating it from entertainment, yeah, why not keep it? You know, keep that in the fair, keep that in the future. You know, revenue from the Friends of Fair, keep that there. Things that we might bring to the table in terms of the annex and other ideas long-term for the vision of the facilities and events, if you will. I think that just shares the burden. So, anyway.
Can I speak?
Sure.
I wish I would have known we were gonna be more included in this discussion. We never really got a formal invite from you guys saying that we could take part in this today. We'd asked you guys here a week or so ago if you guys wanted to come to our work session that we're having this Thursday. So I've got a bunch of stuff in my office, you know, notes that I've taken that I'm not really prepared to speak a lot to. And I would really recommend or ask if you guys are available on Thursday night. I think there's a lot of discussion to be had. And I'm not saying no, like I'm open to the discussion, but I also believe that the fair and what it's done, whether it's this current board, the last director, the director before that, for the most part, I think the Fremont County Fair has done a substantial job in this county. And I think it's something that we should all be very proud of. But back in 2000, it was the county that was having problems with funding, and we had to start the self-generated fund. So we've got the general fund that help with the utilities and the overhead and all of the people, personnel, and all that stuff. But then we've got the self-generated fund that helps us to ensure that we can put on a successful county fair, that we've got awards, that we've got belt buckles. And what comes with that as well is a lot of the sponsorships and the donations and the volunteer time and the commitments that they do. And yes, I will completely agree. The annex has not been the best, but there's been a lot of reasons why it hasn't been the best. But in my opinion, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here, because I think what we've got can work. I think maybe it can be tweaked a little bit, but the tweaking, in my opinion, from what I've been hearing, is a lack of communication. And I don't see how we can't keep the same structure that we have, but maybe have some more direct communication with you guys as commissioners, whether it's you or the next ones that are in your seats. But I think that's something that maybe been lacking.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the thing that's missing for me is, and it's difficult to quantify, is the lost opportunity. We think that there's more opportunity for revenue that again, you guys, understandably so. Back in the old days when my family was working in a fair, we were there from 7 in the morning to 1 at night, every single night, and then had to shut down the whole fair and put everything away ourselves. It didn't have any staff in another county. So I get the commitment that it takes. And I've been in a county that withdrew every kind of support, and it fell to the 4-H teams to put on the fair every year. And then all the different aspects of the arts and that sort of thing. And we were borrowing grounds to make it happen. And it, I don't want to see that happen. I think that a shared proposal, and to me, everything in here is negotiable. And I looked through your list of concerns. I think a lot of them were we're, oh my God, you're gonna take our money. And that, to me, is not the idea at all. It is not the end goal. It is to continue to have a successful fair and to make it better.
We'll continue to have the successful fair, have the revenues come in too. But we've never said that we would not fund the shortfalls of the county budget. Julie?
Mr. Chairman, just to talk from a budget perspective, because I think Trevor hit on it a little bit, but let me clarify when we changed that and why we did. So of our 3 offline boards, the museum has always been the stellar one who can make money because they get donations, they have gift stores, and they make their money and whatnot. So then we have the library. Quite frankly, they were the 3rd highest budget in the county for like $4 million or something. And then we look at the fair, and you guys are down here at a smaller amount and whatnot. And so Jim and I got together and we said, what is fair across the county? Yes, we've had up and downs for every year. So we go through this a lot. So we looked at that and said, what would be fair? Okay, buildings, full-time employees, benefits, those kind of things. That should be what the county tax dollars should handle. The other thing that happened is the library got mad at us one time and said, well, we got money, $5,000 for these shelves, and it's gone. We don't have it in our next year's budget. Well, that was their job to transfer it over, or guess where it gets to go in that big black hole of the county, and it's gone. So you don't have it anymore. So we said, in a way to make that work, because that's about all the library gets. They have a few fines, but big donations is what they get. So those kind of things, we wanted to make sure everybody had the opportunity to use that money that is not tax funded and do whatever you want with it. So when it came to 2020 and the fair could no longer have big entertainment that the county was paying for there, and whether or not you were successful or not, we still paid for it or not. Your former director had to look at that at a really bad year and go, oh my God, what do we do? And she was very successful in making money. And so that happened throughout the period when we moved everything over and said, okay, this should be self-generated. We'll take care of your employees. We'll take care of benefits. We'll take care, so to speak, of the buildings the best we can as far as, making sure that they don't totally fall apart. But you guys were still in that mode too. So the museum, they're self-generating, and now we make the library, who really hated it, really took the biggest hits, honestly. And so we came to each one of you and said, this is how it's going to be, because then now you can make your own money and you guys make your own decisions. That was the deal. And it has worked because, yes, you have not only, when I look at your budget, you not only have just the revenue that you get from your fair week and all the other fair things you do in the spring and the fall. Those things all go directly to you, but you also used, I think it's the rental of the Heritage Hall and the Fremont Center, I believe, those are yours. Okay, so everything's going fine. You guys doing a great job the whole time, keeping up, doing your own thing. Very limited tax dollars are going to keeping the fairgrounds and the library and all these other places going, okay? Then there was a big question about, some fair board wanted a great big indoor facility down at the fairgrounds, lots of money, no ARPA, no nothing at that time. That was being designed, but not really, there's no way to fund that. Commissioners see that the CWC arena is going to be up for sale. They go and negotiate thinking they're helping out, and they get this facility. Guess what it's supposed to be? Self-generated. Super hard to self-generate what is so run down up there. They had a lot of work to do up there. Talk to your director, and she's like, I will not be successful. Told the commissioners, they're not going to be successful. We're going to have to give them money for at least 2 years. You're going on 3. You're probably going to have money this year. I think the big thing that I see just as a taxpayer when I see that up there is there's probably a lot more opportunity than equine and livestock for that area. So what else is that? Probably not something that a fair board is going to look at, but maybe somebody else would say, hey, you could do this with it. Or, maybe There's always places for people going through town that want a place to board horses for the night or whatever. Are we looking at those kind of things? We need it to be self-generated, because you know why? If we really are gonna continue on this slow decline with the property tax relief that we're getting and less money coming into the county, we still want you to be able to put on the fair that you put on that is so great, that has your money into it, that we make sure you have the money going into it, that we can maybe fix some of the stuff. I do get scared every time I go to the sheep barn and the pig barn and it's raining and it's it's coming through the roof and you got all your electrical stuff. That's a place I'd love to see us work on. I think that there's bigger questions for maybe a bigger group to look at and not take it so much as we're not doing a good job, because you are. I think you are doing a good job. I go to other county fairs and I think that we have great stuff, but is it, can we do better in marketing what we have so we can keep giving you money for the fair? So as a budget thing, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew how that worked. Maybe I give you a little bit of insight of how I think about that, but I still think we're trying to make you successful and not make you worry about how much money that you're going to have for the fair either, because I don't think that's the issue. I think we're trying to make sure that doesn't be the issue, so.
Well, I just want to reiterate that we're not going to let off the gas. We want to make sure that we have a successful fair, and we want to make sure that and I know that, and I think everybody knows that. But based on, and we got to look forward, can't look back, but based on some of the things that have happened, some of this also just feels the timing's off. And we've got a lot of things that we still need to do. We're getting there. Don't get me wrong, we're gonna get there and we're gonna have a stellar Fremont County Fair for these kids and everybody else. But I would ask that I think there's a lot of conversations that need to be had with this. And I don't think we need to rush into anything, because I think there's a lot of parts and pieces that, I would like the opportunity to call some of these people as well. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces to this. And if we want to make a change as big as this, that affects the tax dollars, because essentially it will. I urge you guys to table this discussion or have some discussions for the next little bit until after we can get through another fair.
Well, first of all, we don't expect this to happen next month. We want to have conversations with the Fair Board and go through the proposal and not have it blowing up on Facebook that commissioners are taking this and that and, raising hell because you hired legal counsel and we can't answer back. We can't reply back to the answer. So, but I think we need to have civil conversations and discuss this in the manner that we're talking about now. We don't expect this to happen this month. It probably won't happen until after the fair sometimes, if it does happen at all. And depending on it will vary from the draft proposal. And I tell everybody that it's just a draft proposal. We've looked at the other counties. Julie's talked to several and they've been very successful. Kevin is giving us an example how well it worked for Sublette County. And believe me, Sublette County's got a lot more money than we got. So,
about 90 million.
yeah. So, anyway, we want to bring this out, and we want to have conversations with Fair Board and civil conversations, and not have it spread on Facebook that we're being the bad guys and we're trying to improve them. We're trying to make it easier for you and still have a successful fair.
I understand your point on Facebook. It's just one of those avenues that you can get out to a lot of people to share information. It's no different than if that's what we're going to talk about, the podcast that Mr. Mike Jones does.
We have 6 followers, Trevor. It's funny.
And then your last conversation, it questioned the fair board and their budget, you know, what are we spending these monies on?
Interesting, Trevor. I talked to Alan Center the other day and he says, yeah, somebody sent that to me and then I called him back and said, gee, was something left out because I didn't hear anything. So it's all your perspective and okay, I can see where, you know, we're all getting a little thin skinned, getting a little tired of the stuff, but my reach is nowhere near the Facebook reach that you guys are spreading. And so that would really be helpful if that would diminish. But also, we also talked last time we were here, I have really concerns about continuing through the lawyers. And we're getting this, we want to get together from you and trying to organize this thing, but then you've got a board member who met with my attorneys, trying to get my attorneys to agree to only have conversation through the two legal entities. That's not okay with me. I mean, I don't know who I'm talking to. And that's the problem with all that other stuff. I'm okay with putting a longer time frame on this conversation. But I'm not gonna go with it because I think there's some things that y'all want to consider, and I get it. Change is really cool when you are working on change, coming up with ideas and this, that. It's also scary as hell when it's happening to you. And so I get that. But I would say if we can plan ahead to try and get some meaningful conversation between us. My concern was when we threw this all together, there was no structure, there was no response, there was no anything, and we had no structure at all. And I was concerned that the meeting, if we threw a meeting together too fast, then it was a free for all. And I would say we still have some things to talk about and think about before we do meet. So I still think that this week is too soon. And I don't think you need to worry about it. Because I agree with Larry, it's gonna take a longer conversation. But I think it's a worthwhile conversation about all of us looking at it. And it's the fair board's been too separate in the past. And we gotta fix that. And we've been too distant in the past, so we gotta fix that too.
And I think we could recruit folks like Kevin and his wife that have experienced it and have a discussion about how things work and what didn't work. You know, I mean, just simple conversation without the attorneys.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
can we circle back to the annex for a minute? I feel like that's the meat of the issue, and I just want to clarify a couple things. Our extension agent, Tanya, she's relatively new as well, but she has done some research on getting where kids that don't have the space to raise animals. She's done research on that, has been looking into that. I believe she's presented that information somewhere to someone. I think she's here to be able to that. But so she's done research on that. She has been working really hard at getting a lot of 4-H and FFA events up at the annex. They've got a lot booked over the next several months, which is fantastic. We have an archery group, the Little Wind Archers, who use the annex twice a month for their shooting time. Currently, the 4-H archery is still down on the fairgrounds, but we've got that. And I just want to update you guys because I don't know that you've been updated recently, but we have memberships going. We've altered that a little bit. And like what Julie said, when this happened, it was like, oh my gosh, how does this happen? And I feel like the first year you try things out and you adjust where it doesn't work and you move forward with what is working. And I feel like that takes a little bit of time, but we do have members. The membership is growing. We do board horses. We do have people that come in and, want to board for the night. And it's great to be able to send them up to the annex to stay there rather than unlocking the whole grounds at the fairgrounds for people to stay. There has been opportunities taken where people have boarded horses for a month, but just like the fairgrounds itself during fair, so meaning the horse show, which takes place up at the annex, and Corey can attest to the fact that that was fabulous last year. We have to keep that facility open during those weeks of fair and free from outside people when our kids are there. And working, but I feel like the annex is moving in a direction where we're trying to get it utilized, and I don't want you to feel like just where you've heard stuff, we've heard stuff that we're all against the annex. I've heard that I'm personally against the annex and that I want it to fail, and that is absolutely untrue. I'm working hard to do what I can up there. It's hard with it being a distance from the grounds, but we're doing what we can. We very definitely need an employee up there. We'd love to get somebody up there that can recruit from the horse and livestock industry, but also, as Julie said, there are other things that can go on up there, but we also don't want to be competing with ourselves with the two facilities. We have beautiful facilities down there at the fairgrounds, but we are gaining more interest up there, and we are gaining people that want to utilize it, and Extension and 4-H is doing a great job at utilizing it. We've had private livestock people come in. We have a vet that comes in and uses the farrier space. It is getting used, and we want to continue to grow that. And we want, if the annex is sitting under the fair, of course we want it to be successful. We want it to be successful no matter what. It's a great opportunity for our entire community to have that facility. And we have Friends of Fair who's more than willing to help put money in to repair the barns on the fairgrounds and fix those roofs so we're not drowning baby animals and sloshing in the mud. They're very willing to put money in where they can. And on this recent endeavor of improving the current barns, they were asked to get a proposal, and they did that. And then we've been told that they weren't, that they did what they were instructed to do by our liaison. So we want to work together with you and have an open communication and open dialogue. And I know I'm new on the outside, and it's the Fair Board and the commissioners, but we love our fair, we love our community, and we want to work hand in hand with the commission in making our part of it the best we can. But I just wanted you to know that the annex is being utilized, and we want it to be utilized to its fullest.
We've also formed subcommittees too, and one of the subcommittees is specifically for the annex, which, to Julie's point, it's bringing in outside people in the community that may not be livestock or equine oriented to help us find different options to make a profit on that facility and improve it. So yeah, that committee has been formed, and we will start meeting there too. So just
Well, one last thing I'd like to say is that we know with self-generated income and it's not the cure-all, fix-all for everything. We know we're still gonna have to use money out of the general fund to fund the fair. And we've never denied that or refused that. I mean, some years we can't afford to give the full asking amount and so on and so forth. But we recognize the fact that we will always have to continue to fund the fair and the activities that go along with the fair. So part of the discussion that I've talked to Trevor about before is that in the past, the fair has had, I believe, 4 budgets. Is that right, Jim? 3, 4?
There are 3 now.
3
departments in.
With this, it would reduce their budget request to 1 budget. The county would take care of the budgets for the rest of them. So, I mean, there again, just another example how it would make things easier or simplify things for you. But I think in closing, because we're way past, but I think we still need to pursue this and look at it and look at pros and cons and have open dialogue about our concern and not go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to follow up on that. I think the biggest question you guys asked me here over a month ago was what I thought was the most important thing to do. And it's to rebuild the relationship between both boards. And sending emails back and forth is a slow process. Sending bullet points back and forth is a slow process. Having this right now, we've covered more ground than we have in a month of phone calls and bullet points and emails and when I was on the county commission, we sat down with the planning commission and we even had pizza. And we just talked about what things needed to get hammered out. So it wasn't in a public meeting where we're looking at the clock and we got other people backed up on the agenda and, you know, I don't agree with the lawyer stuff. And if that's something that's holding you guys up from coming to our meetings, I mean, I'll personally make sure there's not a lawyer there that is paid. I mean, I think we have one that's on our board. But I want us to open up the communication and, you know, we covered so much ground here today. You know, if we had one more conversation, we'd cover a lot more. Go ahead.
We requested a month ago, 2 months ago, to get 2 or 3 people from the fair board and 2 people from this board, so we did not have a quorum. And to set it, we requested to send us some dates that we can meet here. And that did not transpire. Next thing we knew, we had to do these emails that circling. Then the request for us to attend full quorum at a Fayette County Fair meeting. I am one of them, I'm not. So I think it just needs to be set down, give the perimeter set on what we're talking about with a few people. A lot easier, then take it for it.
And
start at the bottom, work up.
And, you know, we don't have to have a full quorum. I mean, but we need to have a representation of how all of you guys feel, because if one person shows up and represents them and the other 4 aren't fully in with, what did we accomplish in that meeting? You know, we're all volunteers.
Right.
You guys are volunteers. I've been there. We don't make enough, you know. I'm sitting here burning $150 an hour where I could be working. And so we're all volunteers. Let's cover the ground and not bicker and not have bullet points and endless emails. Let's talk and cover ground and be efficient for us, for Fremont County, for the youth mainly. You know, I just want to cover some ground and not feel like we're just doing this back and forth dance. And, you know, I appreciate what you guys do. And my other concern is, you know, you guys have a lot of things to do. I mean, you have boards, you have people coming in here wanting your time. And, you know, I kind of want to make sure if you have us, you interviewed us all, you've essentially hired us all. And if we could have the guidance to make sure the guidance takes your time away, that can be somewhere else. You know, I want to be beneficial to you guys and not, oh man, he's calling. So, you know.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So I want to add that I think Commissioner Allen had expressed to me that I asked you, Trevor, if you guys had a list of questions, which was really helpful for you to get that to us. And I wrote to the commissioners and go, where are you guys at? You know, it's hard to go to a meeting and just answer those questions, fit 5 of them, answering that question without talking. So I think that was important for them to get information. And that's what I did. I researched for them, got them information so they can go to a meeting on Thursday if any of them wish. And I like the transparency of all of you being open to the press, talking about this, because then the Facebook stuff, like it or not, you can at least go to the meetings. I know you guys don't Zoom. At least people can come back to this one and watch, or people can go to your meeting as well. So I think this is a good step that they had this today. And yes, I did let Trevor know that we were going to talk about it because I didn't want that to be an issue. Larry was just very helpful to have you at the table and made you feel like probably you were supposed to be ready for this. That wasn't so much what we were trying to do today, but certainly I hope the commissioners or somebody goes to that meeting. I hope maybe I'll stop in, see how it goes, but if you need anything prior to that meeting, if you would send it to us, I think this is a good start. I agree with Luke all day long that this is the way we're going to have to work it out. Because it's going to have to be out in public and get more comfortable each time, because it feels like this is more comfortable than even the last time we met. So,
okay. In closing, anything further? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think we should look out for a date for that work session. And I'm always more in favor of having a structured conversation. I don't want to rehash this over and over and over. I think we've given you guys something to think about. I think you guys given us something to think about. And maybe there's some modifications that would get us both what we're looking for. But I like that to be structured. I'd rather the meeting say, hey, can we zero in on this? Are you guys okay with that structure? And I know that takes email, but I don't want to do that in an open meeting because it'll take too long. We'll spend an hour coming to terms with what we're going to talk about. So getting the structure ahead of and having some structure for the meeting and some objectives for the meeting, maybe we're just taking it in pieces. But that would be my preference. And if you guys are okay to trying to hammer that out, I'm good.
And
Let's go get that work.
Yeah, and I'd like to include Kevin and I'm sorry, I don't know Jana. Maybe include them with what they've experienced as well. I mean, I think, and maybe we can get some of the other counties that have gone through this and have conversations, see what the pitfalls are, see what the pros and cons of both sides, and we look at both sides and move on from there.
So just so we're clear, are we planning on having a few of you this Thursday, or are we
I am
thinking about
not
scheduling?
in town.
Okay, so that's good for us to know. Okay. And then also, so for another work session with you guys, another public discussion, should we plan on before fair or after?
Oh, we can work on it I mean, you have a lot of things going.
Yeah, we can
Plan.
definitely sideline this for a minute if we could.
Well,
and
yeah,
then, you
I
know.
mean, we can find out things. Trevor said you wanted to do some background checks.
Yeah.
Other counties as well. And once you get that, let's just get together and just have an informal conversation about, well, what'd you find out? You know, what are the good parts? What are the bad parts? And we'll continue looking at it ourselves too.
We just want to make sure you don't think we're dropping communication
No,
if we get
and-
quiet for a minute.
And
Okay.
I want to mention, again, I can't reiterate this enough, that this is not, we hope it doesn't affect any 4-H, any FFA, any static people at the fair or that participate.
Or the brownies.
Or, any of it. We don't want it, and we encourage it not to. So, I think it's a proposal, it's a draft proposal, and it's nothing set in stone, and we'll continue the conversation. Okay,
Thank you.
well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Have a good day.
With that, Board of Equalization job advertising, approved. Well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so hard.
You leaving?
No, I'm gonna stick around.
I want to hear more about your trip. How long was you delayed? Get home.
Oh, they weren't too late getting home too much. There
Oh,
was
we
just,
were late at getting home.
there was just, it was in place.
Well, I know that, but
No, we did the. They were all trying to get in.
I got.
They come out there, 20,000. Yeah.
they still have the airport open when you get.
We
they
left.
reopen
Yeah, they reopened it after 2.5 days.
before you.
There were absolutely no flights going to
Right.
Yeah, so you've got all these people who got those flights and think they're on that. Trying to fit in. There were even Canadians that fit on Star United flight at Denver, and they didn't get up to Chatham.
So that lock at the airport, they had gunmen in the airport, everybody evacuated to the deck, trying to get away. And so they finally got control of that. That was a scary thing right
Yeah.
there. That was.
Even the workers were locked down and not tell they couldn't go home.
Yeah.
So did that, just in a motel room, or could you go out on the beach?
Well, we could go on the beach, but we could stay on the actual property, so it could be.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Yeah, but.
No, no. Got just a couple more minutes.
Sorry,
That's good.
I obviously didn't. Yes.
So it was a real lockdown.
Well, they had military helicopter where the guy was, good, and not going up down Main Drive.
That's
All right, so
okay.
Board of Equalization. Job advertising approval.
Yes.
Vote in favor or no?
I don't care.
Sure. Yes.
Sure, yes, I do. I thought we voted.
Yeah, yeah, too.
I think we were just trying to decide what the wording is. And I just didn't like the fact, well, this isn't gonna happen, so we're not gonna do it. And I'm like, oh, why don't you leave it open and see what we get? So that's all.
But I said no.
No.
I just like to approve.
Oh, yeah.
Approve,
Put it out for bids, that will.
Yes, we already have.
Yes, put it out for bid.
Commissioner,
Yes.
do I need a motion?
You people are crazy.
We already approved.
Yeah, right. Sorry.
All right, next one is the Major Avenue Agricultural Tenant Ad Approval. The lease is up this year and,
Yes.
got several people that have showed interest and want to go from there, so. Move forward with, advertising.
Yes, and they give us proposal of what they want to do and things
Well,
like that.
they, if they want, but they, a lot of them just give price, you know, this. Commissioner.
It's a subject.
The major.
He's honest.
Release, advertising for the lease.
Okay, where are we at with Dave Long? Did we give him a renewal last year or was it just extension?
We did, I think we did for a year,
Here.
but it's up now.
So it's
We
up
need to
this year.
advertise, and the advertisement cases will be done the end of the month,
Okay,
March
What's
31st.
up again?
okay, yeah, I'll go with that.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we'll move forward with that.
Okay.
Recap.
All right.
We did really first about being on the agenda. I'll with my getting on the agenda next week. I will try to push your plea about compliance checks, for the liquor license, and see if I can get on for the March.
Okay. Commissioner,
Move to adjourn.
Right.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're adjourned.
No.
I would like to know this.
If everything has run so well.
Why did everybody get
Why
fired?
did we fire 3 people?
Yeah.
Well,
They didn't like them?
well,